game, Elden Ring. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. If I play Elden, it's gonna be tonight or tomorrow. We're playing either tonight or we're playing tomorrow. Lauren's doing WoW stuff. Oh my god. Wreck yourself before you wreck yourself. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you guys manage to get rank 1? No. Bro, of course, there's no chance. We played it up a little bit. There was no chance. We had no chance, bro. We were fucking 2800, dude. Oh no, we weren't 2800. We ended at like 29 something, but it's like we played for a couple hours. There's just no chance. You're just queuing for fun. It was fun to play with the team. Bro Boss David, what up? Big Mate, what up? It was just fun to play with the team. Was fun to queue with the team. And I'm aiming. Wasn't sure the outcome. Yeah, no. I mean, we had fun. Like, it's not like we didn't struggle or anything. Like, we were winning games. We were winning games, but like we started off like a low MMR and then yeah. He came in and played. Yeah, we played on Monday night, yeah. It was fun. What am I missing on my bars? What the hell?
Oh, should have.
Oh my god, my earthen ability finally got taken off my bars, bro. Why would they do that? It took my earthen off. No. It's so sad. You gotta try, yeah. Just trying out for the team. He didn't make it. He sucks. Sucks, bro. Oh my god, we gotta read so many notes tonight. Or today. I haven't read all the patch notes, man. There's so many patch notes. There's so many goddamn patch notes, bro. My 4th season PvPing. 3rd doing 3s. Hell yeah. Congrats, dude. Hopefully you enjoy it. I swear this patch is gonna be better. This patch, no copium, actually feels better already. From the healer perspective, I would say. From the healer perspective, like, I played a good amount of shuffles yesterday, and it didn't feel like I was just getting CC'd fucking nonstop. You know? Like, it actually felt like I could play the game. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I wonder if I can get a key right now. Oh, nice. seasons long just to play and experience the bugs. You know what's crazy? We were talking about this yesterday. Yesterday, we were talking about like the length of the seasons because somebody was saying they were too long. Dude, season 1 Midnight was only 21 weeks. It felt like fucking 40. It was only 21 weeks. It felt like a lot more. It felt like a lot more. It did not feel like 21. Legit felt like 35, bro. This is a long ass fucking season. Felt like a long ass season. KFL, what up? Color shuffle? Well, I think it's shuffle, but I think it's also like the alpha came out super early. Like you could play Midnight Alpha and Beta all the way back in like October. You know? Like technically we have been streaming Midnight Beta. Like we've been streaming Midnight PvP since fucking October. You know? So almost a year. I think that's part of why it felt so long. Because we've legitimately been playing. What the fuck is going on with my buffs? Lineable, lineable. Oh, I fucked up DRs, dude. Fuck me. Oh, I just fucking precogged him, man. Got a full hex, though. Dude, I can actually play the game! I mean, the pace of the game is a bit slower, yeah. Just because of health, but like, I don't know if it's gonna stay like that, or get worse, or get better when we have more eye level, right? Because we're playing with, you know, we're not up in eye level yet. Trying to look at which classes are on the top of EU rounds compared to US. Yeah, I mean, there's always a slight difference in meta based on just how many players, classes people prefer. Druid's super fucking OP, so maybe your talents are weird. I don't know what build people are playing yet. I think people are still playing like tree form and shit. I don't know if they're playing God Tree. I was queuing into Druids yesterday. They weren't playing God Tree. I don't know what's good. Okay. Give to the Naru. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? I'm blinded. Don't drink this shit. And Bo knows that. Shamans feel OP. Shamans feel broken. Yo, EJ, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate that, dude. Nice Joe. Who got the Children, what up? No, I'm playing Totemic right now. Is Ven not live yet? What's wrong with this guy? Gotta hit. Oh, fuck. Tried to kill the ground. Why did I even kill grounding there? He has a meeting in Vancouver with Supa. What the hell? Alligator. Oh my god, we just globaled this guy. Oh, okay. So he's just got to meet with Supa. Okay, okay. Yeah, the frames are weird again. I don't know why it's happening, but we'll figure it out at some point. I'm just assuming there's new changes with better blitz frames or something. Did I hear Prez? Nah, I don't know if you did. Maybe we'll play later. I need to read all the patch notes. I don't think you need to do the new campaign. Yeah, Pally and Druid, I think, have the best tier sets. From what I remember. I gotta read them again. Oh my gosh. Hexer? Wow, wow, like a dungeon dragon. I think we're alive. Oh my god. A lot of damage though. I broke the blind. Hex him right off the R. We win. Picked him. No. Cringe ass Assassin on me. This guy? Kill him. What? We can kill this guy, bro. How does this guy not die? What the fuck is going on? Okay, man, what up? New honor set? No. Honor comes out Tuesday. Tuesday. Healing rain. I mean, Shaman actually does feel better. I'm not gonna lie. And I think the biggest reason, of course, is just because your fucking Riptide actually does something. The game feels a little bit slower, and your Riptide actually does something. So. I have a tremor down. Riptide's out. Got me? Okay, so Primal Tide Core is bugged. It's good to know. Oh, man. You know it's a new arena season when all of your talents are just bugged and don't work. That's how you know it's a new patch in WoW. You always know it's a new patch in WoW when your abilities just don't work anymore. Like my Primal Tide Core, I noticed this yesterday, just wasn't really working. And yeah, it literally just doesn't work. Maybe if I respec into something else and respec back. Rid of me? Have a tremor down? Yep, no, it literally just doesn't work. It's unfortunate. Got a hex? Do another hex? Let's trinket. I don't want to live no more. Another hex. We one-shot this guy? No. My Riptide uptime is so bad. Nice. Not bad. How's your talents? That's what I have right now. I have better Blizz frames and S Arena. The usual. Better Blizz frames, S Arena. Guys, I kind of want to open some packs today. I think we'll do the usual. I think every 2 subs we'll open some packs. We'll do the usual. Every 2 subs we'll open some packs. Trying to fill out a bug report? I did. I already filled out my bug report. I tabbed over to Discord and messaged Smexon. That's my bug report. That's my bug report. Tab to Discord and message Smexon. He probably hates me now, bro. I've done this for years now. He probably fucking hates me, bro. Anytime I have any criticisms and feedback of the game, I just message him. He probably hates me now, bro. I've been doing this shit for fucking years, bro. I've been doing this for years, bro. I literally just instant tab over, like, yo, game fucking sucks. This is what's OP. Or I'll be like, yo, this is bugged, this is bugged, this is bugged. It's so easy. I don't want to live no more. Does he leave you on red? No, he responds. Like, he answers me. It's just, I'm sure that there are some times where he's like, bro, fuck this guy. But to be fair, I am allowed to do it. Him and I are good friends. We've known each other for fucking 11 or 12 years. I'm allowed to do it. But yeah, he probably gets a little annoyed sometimes, I would imagine. How long does it take for towels to get rewarded? Normally 2 weeks. Last expansion, I think it took 3 weeks. I think last season it took 3 weeks because they were banning a bunch of people. But it normally takes 2. Maybe this time it'll be the same because so many people cheat. Maybe they'll be fucking... Maybe it takes 3 weeks. I don't know. Yo, Lucky Chance, thank you, dude. You gotta rip some packs? Yep, guys, like I said, every 2 subs we'll rip some packs. I think 2... What did we do recently? We've done a bunch of Pitch Black, which is the new set. For those who don't know Pokemon cards. Pitch Black is the newest set, came out like a month ago. We've done a bunch of that. We opened some Chinese packs. We opened a Destin Rivals ETB. That was 9 packs. And then, one sec. I have another booster box. I got a banger booster box. I got a Sword and Shield Darkness Ablaze. This is a different set. This came out like what, a year or 2 ago? A couple years ago? Got a Darkness Ablaze booster box, 36 packs. So we'll open that. We'll open that box. That'll be fun. We'll rip a bunch of packs. Guys, I've decided that I'm gonna make a I've decided that I'm going to make a Pokemon account, and I'm gonna just rip a bunch of shit. Oh, was it 6 years? Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong set. Yeah, Sword and Shield was fucking forever ago. Okay, my bad. My bad. Sword and Shield was forever ago. My bad. Yeah, that was dude, that was 2020. August 14th, 2020. Holy fuck. Oh, there you go. Even better. Even no Pokemon? Bro, you know how many Pokemon sets there are? I started collecting again, what, 3 months ago? Do you know how many fucking sets there are? There are so many fucking sets of Pokemon cards, bro. Like, when I watch different Instagram accounts and shit, or I'm watching fucking, or I'm watching like YouTube videos, or I'm watching whatnot streams, bro, people open cards, they're like, oh, this is from fucking Sword and Shield, this is from this is from Fossil, this is from this, and it's like, they know all the sets, there's fucking 500 different sets, like, good for them, man. I mean, I guess that's just what it is when, I guess you just have like a vast knowledge of shit when you're in the field for so long, right? In that scene. I guess because it's the same thing with WoW. Like I just know stuff about WoW, which is great. It's really helped me set up. No, I'm gonna get another one. I'm gonna get a camera, and then I'm figuring it all out for sure. But I'm gonna try to get. I think my plan is I'm just gonna get a tripod, and then a camera, and then just rip them like that. That way we have like an actual setup, you know. 127 to 129 main. Yeah, that's nice. That's a lot. And then you gotta remember that they print them in Korean, Chinese. Tripod and camera in your bedroom. Okay, relax, bro. Relax. Fucking freak. It's happening. Yeah, you're a freak, bro. You're a fucking freak, dude. You're a fucking freak, bro. Does that work? Oh shit, I fucked up. Wait, did I fuck up? Oh, I did. I did it. Yep. You guys like my picture? You guys like my picture? Why can't I fucking max the picture, dude? This is me and my abuela when I was probably like 6 years old or... How old was I in this fucking picture? I'm playing... Am I playing gold version? I was probably like 9 in this picture. It's probably like 9. In college. Fuck you, Ice Cube. Alright, let's queue up again. Let's test it. More testing. More testing on the shaman, and then we'll play something else. We'll play some priest or something. Play some priest or something. Yo, Bro Boss, thank you for the gifted subs. The 5 gifted subs. Holy delay. Yep. It was just making you wait patiently, bro. Yo, thank you very much, man. What are you picking? You're allowed to pick a healer too. That's still a thing, if you want. Bubble, what up? I gifted like 3 minutes ago. Shit. Healer's choice. I'll play another shaman game then. Bubble, what up? Can you show your PvP build? This is what I have right now. Here, let me leave this queue then. This is what I have right now. Let's open this pack. Prop Paladin healing. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Guys, if you love me, please follow my Pokemon IG. Please. I'm gonna make a YouTube account too, I think. But we're getting there. I gotta figure out how to like do the super easy edits, because apparently there are a bunch of apps that you can use on your phone to edit videos. So I gotta figure out that. I gotta get a setup. But we're gonna get it done, man. It's gonna happen. Did the hotfix honor you? No, it's Tuesday, bro. Lika, what up? They always do it on Tuesday now, like when the season starts. Which I don't know why. Like I feel like I kind of understand it, but at the same time, I feel like it would be so much better. You not just post shorts? Oh no, people do post shorts, but like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm gonna learn how to edit the shorts, which is super easy to do, and then I'm just gonna post a bunch of shorts. So like, what I'll do is like I'll post a picture of the card that we got, like the Morpeko we pulled, and then I'll post like the fucking 10-second short, and then that'll be a post. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I'm not gonna freak out about them. I'm not gonna freak out about them not putting the gear on the vendor, to be honest. I honestly don't really care. But at the same time, I don't really understand the reasoning for not doing it. Because, like Ty just asked, right? Wouldn't it be better to have a week of testing with honor gear and enchants? Like, wouldn't that be better to do? You know? What's going on with honor gear? So what they started doing is there's a week break between the season starting when the patch comes out. And then on Tuesday, so next Tuesday, when the season starts, the honor gear and the conquest gear will be put on the vendors. Like the vendors gear, the gear is going to swap to the new season. Right now, it's still the old season. But yeah, once again, I feel like that doesn't really make sense, right? I feel like that doesn't make much sense because I feel like it's better to just be able to test stuff and have a week of actual testing, since we're always beta testing anyways, with gear. Like, I don't really care. People are freaking out about like, oh, I can't even set up my character and get gear for the season. That takes 2 fucking seconds. They're fine to feel like that, but at the end of the day, that shit takes 2 seconds. But I feel like the idea of testing stuff doesn't make sense to me. Like, you would get such a better grasp and understanding of how balanced classes are, at least for the start, if you have a week of testing when everyone's in honor gear. Like, it's a lot easier to tell with the like how the pacing is going to be and stuff too, as opposed to we're all playing in our old gear, you know? So that part doesn't make sense. That part doesn't make sense to me. Yes, the current honor gear is still last season's. They haven't changed the vendors, yes. They do that on Tuesday. Why you put out a coalescing water? Is that the chain heal talent? Coalescing water. Oh, this one? I actually... So, I don't think this talent is that good. However... Let me rephrase. No, I haven't opened 2 packs yet. Jalen, I have a new set. Did you see? We're opening a fucking banger set. Maybe we'll get lucky with some rainbow cards. So this talent I thought before was pretty shit because Riptide was so bad. I haven't tested it yet this patch because they mega buffed Riptide. So I'm going to test this now. Or probably next shuffle. I'm going to test this next shuffle. But the reason I wasn't playing this is because they nerfed the fuck out of Riptide this expansion. So Riptide was only like 8%, 7% of your healing. So this talent was pretty shit. But now that they buffed it, it's probably better. So I'm gonna test this probably next shuffle. So what I'll do is I'll take these 2 points out right here, like these 2 Riptide points for the hot, and I'll put it back in Ancestral Reach and then Coalescing for more burst healing. That's the plan. All right, let's open 2 packs. Let's open 2 more packs. Yo, Bro Boss, because you gifted 5 as well, you are more than welcome to pick the packs you want. Guys, look at this. This box is actually sick, too. You're more than welcome to pick, bro. Which ones? Which ones? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? It was all a dream. I mean, I'm in gold. Number 2 each side. Okay. So number 2 each side. Prime. Red and back lumberjack with the hat to match. Remember rapping, do the ha the ha. All right, number 2 each side. Sword and Shield. I've never opened any Sword and Shield Darkness Ablaze packs. I've opened Sword and Shield with other sets, but not this one. So this is exciting. I like a lot of the cards in this set. Do you not like them? Why don't you like the set? You think the cards are ugly or what? Oh wait. We need to hold on. We need to remember how to do this, or we need to learn how to do this. How many cards do you take from the back? Is it 3? I think it's 3, right? Oh, you don't like the rainbows? Okay, well that makes sense. I actually like the rainbow cards, but if you don't, then like, yeah, you're gonna hate the set. Okay. It's 3, it's 3. Okay. Here we go. So we got code card, and then we're gonna go 3 from the back. Crack a lost origin box? Oh, yeah, we should. They did have one at the card store I went to. Alright. Let's see if we can get a little fucking focus here. Come on, shit webcam. There we go. Alright, here we go. First pack of Darkness Ablaze. If I get a fucking hollow energy, I don't even know if you can get that from this set. I'm gonna freak out. Simisage. Vanillish. Dude, there's a fucking Vanilla Cone Pokemon. Clang. Skitty. Pansage. Galette. Vanillite. Okay, that's actually... Dude, I'm fucking with Vanillite for sure. Trapinch. Reverse Hollow Starly. Reverse Hollow Delcatty. It's 4 from the back. 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 Okay. So we got fucked, basically. No! We got fucked. Bro, there was only one reverse hollow in this? Okay. Alright, 4 from the back. We've learned. Open them all now? We can't do that. Every 2 subs, we open a pack. Alright. Here we go. Pack number 2. Dude, I was gonna freak out, bro. Fucking getting an energy. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, we're gonna get the tripod for sure. Don't worry. Code card, and then what did we say? 4 from the back. 4 from the back. Prime. There we go. Fire energy. Fire energy. That's a sign. Carnivine. Big Parasol. Piers. Spinnerack. Larvesta. Hippopotas. Galette. I like the yellow so much more than the gray. Like the yellow outline. The yellow borders. Skitty. Hoopa. Woo! Bro, already? Little Salamence VMAX? I mean, shit. I'll take that. Salamence is one of my favorite dragons. Salamence is one of my favorite dragon cards, or dragon Pokemon. Nice, baby. Wait, dude, this is a sick card. Salamence is goated, bro. Everyone knows when you fight fucking Lance or whatever. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Salamence is so sick, bro. All right, there we go, guys. Second pack We pulled a Salamence VMAX. We'll take that. We'll take that. One of the best dragon Pokemon in the fucking game, dude. In the universe. Nice. All right, one last look and then we'll queue up. What a banger, dude. What a banger. All right. Let's go. Let's queue up. We're gonna play. We're gonna play 2 more shuffles on Sham, and I'll play 1 more with wave speakers, and then we'll try coalescing and ancestral again. Banger song. Good comp for Marksman Hunter. I don't know. It depends on the healers, man. I feel like the best healers this patch are gonna be. All right, that's what we'll do. We'll play 2 shuffles. We're going to play 2 more Shaman shuffles, and then I'm going to read all the patch notes because I haven't read shit outside of, like, the major changes. Depends on what healers are OP, man. I feel like Pally and Druid are going to be the best, but, I mean, you never really know. You never really know. Yeah, I think Druids are super OP from what I've seen so far. Just play a video of someone reading all the patch notes? I probably could. I could just play Vens. That would actually be much less effort. That would take much less effort. I could. Give me some of that passion, baby. You got me. Skill Cap has a good summary of them? Oh, well, fucking watch that then. Watch this, dude. That's so much better than having to read them myself. Guys, streamer life, dude. You got to make it so much easier for yourself. Just watch other people. But how do I know which one it is? Is it this one? The ultimate PvP class picking guide for season 2? Is it that? Auto mod and message? What'd you say? Nice, dude. Nice. Oh, you can just watch Ven? I can watch Ven watch the skill cap video. That's actually perfect. That's actually perfect. I like that. So I think what I'm gonna do with talents is I feel like when I need more rot healing, I'll play wave speakers. And when I need more burst, I'll play ancestral reach and coalescing. And that's the plan. Alright, well we got a what is this? Double Arcane Mage Affliction Lock with a Dev Evoker and silly little guy. Okay. Remember in DF where Disc was OP for 2 weeks and instantly got nerfed to the ground? Yeah, that was DF Season 2, I think. It was Disc was actually the best healer. And then they just fucking slammed it with nerves, bro. I remember that because we were practicing and we were playing we randomly ended up on Boomy enhanced disc, and we were just fucking mowing people down. And then they nerfed the shit out of it. I didn't... What the fuck? Well, that's a bug, right? Did anyone see that? We gotta remember this. Round one. Everyone say it. Round one, round one, round one. We just got CS through grounding. That was fucking weird. Like, I put a grounding down, and then I casted after, and it was still up, and I got CS. Okay. Another grounding bug, yay. Yes, dude. Remember this? Yeah, Primal Tide Core is bugged as well. It's unfortunate. It just straight up doesn't work. Can we expect a tier list for healers? Of course. Marta was the case that they gave me. Remember this shit? Oh my god, it's a full PvE battle, dude. This guy's fucking dead. You're dead, buddy. The mate is dead. Yes. How's the new patch who seems to be like the big winners? Paladin and Wrestle Druid. Disgusting. Round one, round one, round one. Yeah, we're gonna look it up after this game. I'm pretty sure I grounded and then I casted and I just got CS. So Lightsmith, not Herald, obviously. Come on, guys. We think Herald's gonna be good. Come on, guys. Any DPS broken? I don't know. Windwalker Monk seem pretty good. It's actually kind of AIDS that I have to sit here and fucking riptide myself. The buff. It's bugged. Dude, look at Acid Rain fucking pumping, bro. Look at Acid Rain pumping, dude. Big damn. Miss. That's me. I kind of fucked up. Die. Big lightning bolt version. Dude, I'm out damaging my mage. This guy's got to get it together, bro. Are we hitting abilities? But I'm actually pumping. I'm actually pumping, dude. I'm actually pumping. Love to hear that. Yeah, Windwalkers seem pretty good. I've gotten it in like 3 different shuffles. Okay. Yeah, the dev's pumping. I'm alive. I'm alive. Say hell no. Hells no. Rebuffed. On both. Dude, he's fucking cursed tonguesing my lightning bolts, bro. Remember this shit? Lightning bolt, baby. PvE him down. They're rotting, they're rotting. Nice blockaroo, dude. Bringing this shit. Acid Rain's kicking their ass, dude. You are appreciated. They're all dead. Acid Rain. Yes! How's this doing? I don't know. Best healer predictions, Druid and Dragon for sure. 83% damp? Yes, sir. Should I kill a statue? You think he'll notice? No one ever notices. Fuck, he put a new one down. I got weak ores or something? Killing this shit. No statue for you, buddy. Yeah, he won't remember to put it down. Dude! How's this guy know to put his statue down fucking 3 times? This guy definitely has a fucking weak aura. I don't believe it. He didn't remember this time. He didn't remember this time. No. He moved it. He moved it. Bro, they're CSing me, bro. I got fucking Affliction Lock Dev on my team. They're CSing me, dude. Fuck your statue. My name is... Put another statue down, buddy. Put another statue down, buddy. He's dude. He's Shamans have a talent that when they lightning bolt, they reduce the CD of their totems. And when you're lightning bolting or chain lightning, if you get interrupted, it's a 70% reduction. 65% reduction. Dude. That's watching the stream. Get the fuck out of the channel, bro. Get out of here. I told you guys he didn't notice this. I told you guys he didn't notice me killing that shit. There's no way. There's no way, dude. I told you guys. No one ever notices their statue die, bro. Not until way later in the game. It's just an annoying thing to pay attention to. If it fucking rando dies. Nick, what up? Nick, you gotta fix the Primal Tide Core bug so I can stop having to worry about riptiding myself. It's annoying me. Oh, fuck. This is not good. Which Soothing Mist talent? The one that gives you more healing, Peaceful Mending, works with the statue. But the other one doesn't. Like, the damage reduction one doesn't. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of refreshing. It's kind of refreshing to fight a mage evoker, and I'm not getting CC'd infinitely. Like, they have Sleepwalk and Sheep and Stun, and I'm not getting put into fucking 2 Sheeps, 2 Sleeps, a Stun, 2 Sheeps, 2 Sleeps, a Stun. Like, I actually get to play. Like, yeah, I'm getting CC'd right now, but, like, now I can actually play. I literally have 20 seconds to fucking play the game. Like, right now, I would already be getting slept again. Or Sheep at this point. Or fucking Dragon Stunned at this point. Kinda nice, guys, just saying. I'm gonna be off. I'm off DR now for sure. A trinket. Picked him. Shoot me. Galactic statue down every 5 seconds so he wastes mana. Yeah, I'm sure you can look at his buffs, bro. I don't think statue even costs anything. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna play something else after this. Honor Vendor's bug? No, they haven't added the new gear. They're doing that on Tuesday. Which I don't understand. Nick, are you still here? What are your thoughts on that? I mean, I don't really care as much as everyone else, but I will say I feel like it makes more sense to just be able to buy honor gear in the preseason, because then you would have a better understanding of like the balance rather than right now where you're playing with old gear and high level and shit. But I mean, shit, bro, it is what it is. Fuck it, I'm still playing. Ring around the rosy. We're gonna run in circles because we're playing a caster comp and we don't want to die. We're gonna run in a circle until 90% dampening. Purge this guy. I'm killing his ass. Oh! I'm literally standing on top of them, bro. This is like the most TBC gameplay ever. I'm just standing on top of them as a male Draenei casting Lightning Bolt. I'm actually back in fucking TBC. Oh my god. We're actually back to fucking TBC, dude. Purged him. Captain both. Kill him. You're dead, buddy! You're dead, buddy! Kill his ass, please! Bro. There we go. Oh yeah, round one. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. So I'm pretty sure I got CS'd through my grounding that first round. Okay, here's the first round. It's like right about here. It's like a few seconds from now. Should be right here. I ground? Yeah, I grounded then... Oh, the evoker kicked me. Okay. Guys, grounding is not bugged. It's fine. Grounding is not bugged. I thought I got CS'd. We're in the clear. We're in the clear. Grounding is not bugged. Only Primal Tidecore is bugged. So I think from what I've seen, the only bug for Shaman is Primal Tidecore just doesn't work. Primal Tidecore doesn't work. I don't even know what that is, dude. What's the corroded borrowed power? If someone gets DQ'd and rank 1 cutoff, does the title go to the next person in line? Yeah. That's what should happen. It only works for the new island zone? Oh, there you go. OG, what up? Well, thank God for that. Thank God for that. Shaman feels solid, honestly. I mean, the games are just slower, so like... I mean, that's just what Shaman is needed, right? Like, unless they fucking mega buff their healing or their utility again, like, the game just needs to be slower for them to feel better. I mean, they already felt good in Shuffle, so... They already felt good in Shuffle, but... Yeah. Oh, I gotta take my meds 1 sec. Ugh. Need water. All right. Let's watch this patch note video.
Asking me to make a tier list. The only reason I haven't made tier lists, despite my YouTube editor probably being mad at me about it, not mad, but I'm sure he wished I made more. It's like I feel like it's almost impossible to predict what's going to be good and bad. And first of all, there's going to be tons of changes. So the best I can do is I will make a prediction tier list.
Because Venruki is not here, we're just going to watch a video.
After playing on the patch. So there's going to be a 1 week downtime. And during that downtime, I plan on queuing Shuffle. I plan on queuing Battlegrounds, all that stuff. And once I played a bit, I'll make a tier list. Okay? But like, we're going to watch what Skill Cap thinks, the ultimate PvP class picking guide
Here we go.
for Season 2. And I'll give you guys my thoughts on this.
Honor doesn't reset
It's actually
now.
a longer video too, so.
How good is your main in Season 2? Season 2 is right around the corner, and there are a ton of class changes you absolutely need to know about.
There's a lot.
In today's video, we will recap everything that's happened in Season 1, and then we will be breaking down the most important changes coming August 11th. But first, we need to talk about some of the most important general changes affecting everyone. Across the board, diminishing returns for CC is being increased from its
Big change. We talked about this earlier as well.
This is a big change, guys. We talked about this earlier as well. You can actually play the game. You're actually going to be able to play the game, which is nice. We all like that. We all want to play the game. We all pay a sub. Maybe some of you pay with gold. Maybe some of you pay with your sanity. Maybe some of you pay with your happiness. Maybe some of you pay with your card. $15 a month. But at the end of the day, we all want to play. So this change is actually fucking massive. It already feels different too. We played from yesterday and today. I've already played what, 10 or 11 shuffles, and I can tell you with certainty, it doesn't feel, it feels different already. It already feels different as a healer. I don't feel like I'm getting into a game and I'm getting hit with a sheep, into a sleep, into a sleep, into a stun, into another stun, into another sheep again, into another sheep again, into another sleep again. Like, I can actually play the game. Yeah, you get hit with CC still. That's going to be a part of it no matter what, but it doesn't feel like I'm constantly getting hit with new things. So, I would say it's already way different.
I really hope that Blizzard is willing, if this doesn't feel good at 20 seconds, they're willing to go back to 18. Like, I think experimenting at 16 was good. Experimenting at 20 could be good. But if 20 doesn't feel good, go back to 18.
16 seconds up to 20. Will this hurt some specs more than others? Yes. But overall, everyone is being affected. There is also 3 major changes to game pacing. First up, for multiple DPS specs, damage bonuses from cooldowns are being nerfed, with many core rotational abilities getting buffed. Meanwhile, HP pools will be going up across the board. And for many hybrids, off healing will be...
So, while it is true that I think there's one caveat, they'll probably mention it, but I feel like I want to mention it right now. Stamina in general is going up. That's true. But Blizzard actually made a change a few weeks back on the PTR where they're changing the 2-set bonus on the trinkets. So the 2-set bonus on the trinkets is actually getting changed where they're lowering stamina. So right now, I don't know what it is. It's like it increases your stamina by 15%. I think that's going down to 10 or something like that. And then they're also increasing main stat. So people worried the game is going to be too slow.
10%.
People are going to have too much health. So Blizzard kind of preemptively lowered the stamina bonus on the 2-set and also buffed the main stat bonus. So that should hopefully help.
Getting a slight increase. And if that wasn't enough, every slow in the game is getting nerfed in PvP.
Oh yeah, the slow change. Oh my god. I almost forgot about that one. No wonder. Dude, we were fighting a rogue earlier, and it didn't feel like we were fucking 90% slowed the whole game because of Shiv, so that's nice. Almost forgot about that one. Yeah, every slow is max 50%, and then some of them are 30. And then some of them are 20. But every slow is maxed to 50%, which is a massive difference as well. Holy shit. I forgot about that one too. That's good. That's real good.
For example, Crippling Poison, which is a baseline 50% slow, will be getting nerfed to 30%. Altogether, these general changes...
Wow. Okay, so I did not know that. I didn't go through and look at all the specific slows. But I guess... Yeah, Rogue Crippling Poison is 30% now, which is a massive deal because obviously Rogues have one of the most OP slows in the game. It's just automatic by attacking people. And now it's 30%. So you have an automatic passive slow that is just going to be 30% instead of 50. So even before, like, it's not going to be as good as other slows. It's going to be a weaker slow, but you're going to have obviously permanent uptime essentially. So wow, okay.
Just seem to point to a possibly slower meta, meaning it will be even more important to play around dampening. Because the truth is, climbing was never just about mechanics, it's about knowledge, and Skillcapped has all of it in one place. Whatever's holding you back, there's a course that fixes it. Now, back to
the video. Check out Skillcapped
video. But now, let's take a look at our first class, Death Knight. Unholy had a pretty rocky Season 1, but ended as a middle-of-the-pack melee, landing around the low A tiers in most brackets. While it was historically known for being an
I actually loved Unholy. This is the most fun I've had on Unholy DK, with a single caveat. And you know what? I'll actually give you guys my perspective on all the different specs as we go through this video. The only thing that made me want to cry as Unholy DK is my fun being directly impacted with if there's a Mistweaver Monk in the lobby or not. If there's a Mistweaver Monk in the lobby, that you just automatically can't do anything, which I think is really dumb. Because in the lobby or not.
What did he say?
First class, Death Knight.
Oh, DK.
Unholy had a pretty rocky Season 1, but ended as a middle-of-the-pack melee, landing around the low A tiers in most brackets. While it was historically known for being an
I actually loved Unholy. This is the most fun I've had on Unholy DK, with a single caveat. And you know what? I'll actually give you guys my perspective on all the different specs as we go through this video. The only thing that made me want to cry as Unholy Decay is my fun being directly impacted with if there's a Mistweaver Monk in the lobby or not.
Does anyone enjoy facing Mistweaver right now? No.
If there's a Mistweaver Monk in the lobby that you just...
What did you say? You can move a soak in your enemy. It doesn't change getting on or getting away from your target. The only difference is it'll be quicker to get to a different spot on the map. Warrior runs 20% faster, but the guy he's chasing runs 20% faster too. Just makes it easier to get into a better position, really. Yeah, but wouldn't you say that that helps you get on or get away from your target? I feel like you just made a good case for it helping you get to your target, but then said that it didn't, and then said that it helps you move around the map. The reason I think the slow change is going to be good is because exactly what you said, right? Like, you're going to be able to actually chase people down better and move around the map, but you have to remember that, exactly, like Sharp just said, not everyone is going to be slowed at all times, right? So, like, if you get fucking chains of ice across the map, and if you get chains of ice as a healer across the map, you can actually get to your teammates faster, as opposed to, you know, what it is now, where you're basically just fucking stuck there. So I don't think it's... I don't think it's as black and white as, oh, everyone's going to be slowed and you can't, like, it doesn't really change much because they're moving faster and you're moving faster. Because that assumes that everyone's going to be in range of you, everyone's going to be slowed at all times. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see, but I think it'll help for sure. It's going to be a Zug. It's going to be a Zug PvE meta. Well, I mean, that statement is just a lie, right? Because people have been telling me that it's been a PvE meta for 5 expansions. People have been saying it's a Zug PvE meta for literally 4 expansions. That's like the number one complaint. Like, all the rogue mages cry about how the game is too PvE while they're CCing you infinitely and killing you. So I don't know if it's going to be a Zug PvE meta. I mean, compared to MoP, everything's a PvE meta. I don't really know what people mean by any of this. Like, the narratives around the game are so weird. People say there's too much CC. People say CC doesn't matter. People say there's too much micro CC, but then they remove their micro CC, and then people say that there's still too much CC. People say that it's too PvE, but then people say they don't do enough damage. Then people say it's too damp, but then people die instantly. Like, I feel like no one knows anything. I feel like no one knows anything. Is what it seems like.
Automatically can't do anything, which I think is really dumb. Because basically they've forced Unholy Decays to have 1 billion pets, and if you're fighting a monk that can just cleave pets, it's the most unfun thing ever. You said that should be changed now? It's not. Do you mean like, because they did nerf spinning crane kick, but rushing wind kick is still lay on hands. Every rushing wind kick is lay on hands, which isn't, it's not like that versus any other class.
Christian-based melee, Midnight sort of...
So that's the only thing I didn't like about DK is like it felt like you literally...
Everyone has their preference for how the game is supposed to feel. Exactly. Like, it's just... I think everyone just has different thoughts on it. I think everyone just has different thoughts on it. And, like, it's just hard to make everyone happy. It's an echo chamber where the first thing someone said was wrong. That classes hate monk? Yeah. Queuing a DK and a monk is fried. Queuing a DK and a monk this expansion, and last expansion, of course, with rushing wind kick, was just so fried, man.
Literally lived and died by if there's a monk in the game.
its playstyle with Frost, centering most of its damage around big AoE goes. 12.1 introduces a redesign to Army of the Dead, which will allow you to command your pets to do single target damage with Scourge Strike or Cleave with Epidemic. We should also note that ghouls will now last 30 seconds. Meanwhile, reanimation has been reworked into a talent called Lord of the Dead, which essentially gives you the ability to turn 3 mages into a bigger, scarier Giga Chad mage.
That's cool. Honestly, also, I like this video. This is a great video from Skill Cap.
Now, as far as Frost is concerned, there wasn't any major redesign, and the patch mostly includes simple damage tuning, which, as we mentioned earlier, include nerfs to cooldown damage. This is obviously not the greatest news unless we see future PvP balancing. Frost DK has been the baby brother of Unholy virtually all season, really struggling to make headway in most brackets, and now it's only...
Unholy DK is super cool, this expansion. I need to make one. Wait, what does the DK set look like, first of all? Is the DK set cool, or is it ugly as shit? Let's find out right here. Let's find out right here, right now. Right here. Right now. Right here. Right now. Okay, the DK one's pretty sick, actually. Okay, so my only criticism for elite sets this expansion is it feels like most of them are very top heavy. Like the helmet and shoulders are super sick, and then there's nothing for the rest of it. And I feel like that's what I don't like compared to, was it last expansion? Like this set, for example. Like, look at DH last expansion. The helmet and shoulders are fucking sick. You've got glow on the gloves and the boots. Like, this set is insane. But then you compare it to, you know, what is DH last season? Where it's like, look how bland the bottom is. Like, look how bland the bottom 70% of the Mog is. Top 30%, sick. Bottom and mid. And I think that's my biggest problem with the last two, or with this season. Now we're gonna look at it more, and then last season is some of the sets just feel like they added a bunch of cool art and glowing effects to the top, and then the rest of it is just whatever. For most of them, not all of them, of course. I don't even know what all the sets look like. I don't remember them off the top of my head. So let's see. Warrior's pretty cool. Same thing though. You can see like the bottom half, it starts to kind of lose its flair. But the warrior one, I like the shoulders a lot for the warrior one. The shoulders look sick. They remind me of like the Hellscream shit. Okay. But see, it's the same thing though. Like, I don't like the rest of it. Like, I like the shoulders and the helmet, but I wish it had more at the bottom. Pally. I mean, similar critique, but the shoulders are pretty cool. Pally to me looks like a fucking like Power Ranger guy. This looks like a big badass Power Ranger guy. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm a Draenei. We can't even see the boots. God damn it. Okay, Hunter. Does Hunter get an actual tier set this season, or elite set like last time? This was the Hunter one last season. This is one of my favorites. I'm glad that I leveled mine the last week to get this one. This one's cool. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, the Hunter helmet is sick. The snake helmet? With the fucking Mortal Kombat mask? Okay. Okay, I like Hunter. I like Hunter. We're gonna get to Monk in a second. What's Rogue? Rogue is not bad, honestly. It probably looks way better if I wasn't a Draenei. I feel like some of these have to look pretty bad because I'm a Draenei, right? I feel like some of these have to be bad because I'm a Dry Knight, right? Like they've just got to be bad. They've just got to be bad. Okay. Priest. Ooh. Dude, Priest, once again, they keep giving them these fucking sick-ass shoulders, dude. Dude, these shoulders are insane. Priest keeps getting sick mogs. I actually like the helmet a lot, too. I don't normally like the helmet like this, but... Same shoulder every tier. Not every tier. This was last season. And then what was the season before? What do you mean every tier? They're different. And then what was the season before? What are we saying, guys? You can't make shit up. Back with the face. Back with... Okay, relax. It looks cool still, okay? We already saw DK. I actually really like the DK set. I like the shoulders a lot. Like, these shoulders are fucking sick. With the skull inside, dude. The skull inside the shoulders. Shaman I liked a lot. I like the shoulders on Shaman too. These are some of my favorite shoulders they've ever made for Shaman. With the fucking cobras. The only thing I don't like is I wish like I said before, I wish the bottom half looked better. It really does feel like the top 30% of all of these mogs are super cool. They put in a bunch of effort into making the artwork and the glows for the helmet and the shoulders. And then the bottom 70 is just kind of bland, in my opinion. But I think these shoulders are insane. The Cobra shoulders are actually fucking insane. The helmet is... The helmet's kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about it, but I like the shoulders. I like the shoulders. The Glad version is green. And then you're going to have the glow. Like, you're going to have the extra glow when you unlock it, too. But this is the Glad version. Oh, wait. We have to check? What is the Raid version? Do we like the Raid version at all? This is Raid Finder. This is normal. Oh, we all know how much I love blue. Ooh, Mythic is sick. The Mythic one is sick. Dude, I have to get every like light, like baby blue, sky blue, I have to get. It's heroic. I have to get this. I have to get this. I have to get this. Guys, what version of Delves can you do to get heroic gear? Is that still a thing with the catalyst? Is that still a thing with the catalyst? It's T8, right? Okay. So we're gonna have to do Delves again. We're gonna have to do Delves again. Yeah, we gotta do T8 bountiful pieces. Okay, so we're gonna have to do Delves again for sure. Fuck. Alright, Prime. Okay, so that's... I mean, the Shaman one is sick for sure. Can you play some Druid? You know what it is, man. 5 get the subs. We'll play whatever you want. Healer-wise. But, I mean, I might play it later today. I was going to play Priest. And then if we had more time, I'll play something else. But I was going to play Disc and Holy. Okay, so let's go back to Mage. Okay, for Mage, I feel like you could say it's the same fucking Mog, kinda, right? Like, look, this is Mage last season. They just gave them balls, and then they got them again. Like, it's... Like, I feel like for Mage, you could be like, alright. This is... It's the same shit. It's the same shit, dude. But it does look cool. It looks really cool. No, I think it looks sick. I actually think it looks sick. I'm just saying, if you want to say something looks the same, this looks the same. Dude, there are Dry Knight mages out here, man. There are Draenei mages in the game. People are playing Draenei mage for sure. Okay, yeah, so this is season 2. This is season 1. This is season 3. This is season 2. Okay, so season 2. Oh, yeah, I remember this one, the Geode one. This is probably one of the best mage transmogs in the last 3 expansions. This one looks fucking sick. The elemental, like, Geode mog. I liked the mage mog a lot, this one. Okay, what does it look like with... This is Raid Finder. It's orange. Blue and purple. Teal and purple. And red. I like the elite set more. Okay. Warlock. Warlock looks fucking badass. I don't care if you disagree. That's fine. I am going to get the Warlock set. I like the Warlock one. I like the Warlock one. I didn't get the Warlock one last season because I didn't level one, but... It's the same as the Dragonflight one? Which Dragonflight? Which one? This one? Season 2? Let's see. Let's see if you're right. Let's see if you're right about this. If you're not, you're getting banned. You're not getting banned, but... You said it's the same. I feel like it's not the same. Banned. I feel like it's not the same. DF Season 2 looks cooler. I actually like the left one. I like this one more just because I like when gloves have the glow on them. I like when the gloves have the glow. I mean, I also just like the color more too, but the Season 2 Dragonfly one's super cool too. Normal, Raid Finder. The Raid Finder color looks pretty sick. Okay. Normal. I'm not really a green person. Heroic looks fucking sick with this colorway. What? The different shades of purple? You said Mythic, right? The Mythic version? Okay, let's see. Let's see Mythic. Okay, it's not often that you have Mogs where it's more pink. You always have red. It's always red or purple. You never have like a pink. Okay, the Mythic one's pretty fire. The Mythic one's is pretty sick. Let's see, this one, it makes it a little bigger if I use this one. Okay, the Mythic one is pretty sick. The Mythic one's pretty sick, I think, honestly. Let's see. Monk. People said Monk was the best one. I guess we'll see. People said Monk was one of the best ones. I guess we'll find out right here. Ooh. Okay, you actually get like a monkey mask. Ah. Monk is so weird that I love it though. These are all gross AF. But I kind of like the Monk one. Okay. What about the Raid? The Raid Finder colorway is just not doing it for me. The color scheme of the Raid Finder one is just not, it's just not it for me. Not it for me. Normal looks a lot better. The LFR helm? I don't mind the helmet, but the rest of it looks like the rest of the colors just look weird. I do like the helmet. Yeah, monk is like the typical monk color scheme. Heroic. I still think I like the normal better than the heroic. What about mythic? Mythic has to be sick, right? Mythic has to be sick, right? I don't know if it looks different as an undead. It doesn't show my helmet. It doesn't show your helmet as an undead? Our Sham seems solid right now. Ooh. I like the mythic one. I like the shoulders a lot more with mythic. Like the lightning. Wait, you know what we need to do? We need to up our fucking graphics real quick. Okay. What graphics do we have to buff to look at transmog? Particle density and we already did spell density. I think we're good, right? Oh yeah, look at the difference. Holy fuck. Dude, the monk's shoulders look insane. The monk's shoulders look insane on Mythic. Wait, we have to look at the Shaman one again now. Bro. Like, the Cobras for the Shaman one is, like, they're just insane. Dude, Shaman is so insane, bro. The Shaman one is so cool. All right. Druid, right? People said Druid was really cool. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is... Okay, different mog. My bad. Okay. So you get some big-ass feathers. Typical Druid shit. You get some big-ass feathers and a weird mask. Little bark mask. Okay. I mean, once again, guys, you don't really see too many transmogs that have like a pink or like a light purple. It's always purple, dark purple, or red. You never have pink, ever. Dude, I'm kind of fucking with the Druid one. Wait, okay, we got... Okay, for... Shaman one is my favorite, I would say. I like the Shaman one the most, but let's actually log on not a Draenei first of all. Let's log on an actual Druid class or Druid race. Let's see. You think Shaman's gonna be farce? Right now it still seems like Totemic's better, but I don't know, man. It depends on how the class feels with more gear, honestly. Because Farseer didn't feel bad. I played Farseer all day yesterday. It didn't feel bad at all. Totemic just still feels better. Alright, let's see. Let's see if it looks better as Night Elf. Oh my god, it looks so much better as Night Elf, dude. And look at my weapon, too. Okay, I think Druid might be one of my favorite elite sets this season. I really like the pink on Druid. Yeah, Druid looks insane, bro. I don't know. What about the raid? What about the raid? Normal is mid. This reminds me of like a peacock. Like if I imagined a peacock in WoW as a druid, this would be what I would come up with. Same thing. Peacock. Okay. So I feel like the Druid one still looks cool with the raid colors, but I feel like the pink has so much more flair to it because it's all the way through. Like I said, guys, the top 30% of all of these mogs, cool. The bottom 70, it's hit or miss. And I feel like you can see that. Like, look at the difference between Raid Finder, normal, heroic, and then even mythic. Look at the difference with mythic. Like the bottom 70% compared to the elite version. I feel like it just pops more, you know? Like it just has it has such a better color scheme, I feel like, with the elite set. Yeah, okay, so Druid's one of my favorites for sure. I like Druid. Demon Hunter. If I'm not mistaken, I looked at Demon Hunter a few days ago and I didn't really like it that much, but we'll see again. I also think everything looks a lot better in-game. I think when you're looking at elite sets on like Wowhead and shit, they never look as cool as they do in-game. So, let's see. So this is DH. You get like the Fellhound shoulders. Okay. Ooh, what the fuck? Dude, the difference is... Bro, it adds a horn to it on Elite, and then they're animated. Holy shit. Okay. Boy, that's pretty cool, actually. Let's see if it does it again. Damn. Dude, the difference between the Elite and the Glad, when you get Elite, the Elite set, you get horns, and then they're actually animated. I think these are the only animated ones, too, right? Like, the shoulders actually fucking move. I think these are the only ones out of all the transmogs. That's sick, dude. You see what I mean? Like, you can't see that when you look at it on Wowhead. You can't see any of that. Okay, so what about the raid? Dank, what up, dude? Raid Finder color's cool. Okay, normal color's pretty cool. Ooh, I like this color. The like dark blue indigo color. I feel like this when you get the elite what's it called? When you unlock the elite version of it, like the animations and shit, I feel like this colorway is going to look the best, right? Oh yeah, this looks sick, dude. You see what I mean? Like, I saw the Demon Hunter one on Wowhead, and it just looked it looked alright. When I was looking at pictures of it, it looked alright. And then now looking at it, like, this looks insane. The shoulders just animate. That's sick. Okay. Priest Mythic more than the PP version? Yeah, Priest looks dope. Priest looks dope for sure. I did like the Elite version though, but the Mythic looks sick. Any Prime subs? Just one more for another Pokemon pack. Guys, every 2 subs we open up a pack of what are we opening right now? Sword and Shield Darkness Ablaze. We have a booster box. So now that's what we do. Now what we do is we play Shuffle, we play 2s, we play Arena. We bitch about the game, and we open Pokemon packs. And there it is. That's Sitachu. Yo, Sitachu, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you for the Prime. The brand new Prime sub as well. Yo, thank you for that. All right, we're almost done with all the transmogs. We have Evoker. I mean, did we Nah, we have to look at Evoker. Guys, you can't even transmog as an Evoker. What's going on with this? Why did they even make transmogs for Evoker? You can't even see it. Yeah, I know we were watching a video. I know. You can't even see it, dude. All right, let's look anyways. Let's look anyways. Before I look at this, what are everyone's thoughts? What are everyone's thoughts? Does Evoker look sick? Or is it trash? What does the Evoker Mog look like? Is it actually cool looking? Trash? I heard some people say it looked cool. It's a great set. It looks pretty decent. It's mid. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this just has to look fucking sick then, right? Like, this just has to look cool with Elite, right? Okay, bro. Yeah, like, what do you mean it's mid? Bro, you actually look insane. You look like a fucking actual, like, scaled up dragon. Wait, I like this. Yeah, it's the color scheme's a little too dark for me, I would say. I feel like if it was a brighter, I feel like I like the way the colors are laid out, but I wish it was a little brighter. I wish it was a little brighter. But maybe the other sets will be like that. Like this one, I like the brightness of this one. If the brightness of the regular Glad, they had that for Elite, I think Elite would look insane. If it had like a similar brightness. Weren't they supposed to add more race combos this patch? I have no idea. I think they said that they were going to do that this expansion. I don't know about this patch. All right, what does this look like? Raid Finder? The PV set looks better? Normal? I like the normal. Heroic? Ooh. I mean, you guys know how I feel about teal and like fucking sky blue and shit. I like this one. Okay, what about Mythic? I like the fire on the neck. Does it have that? That's for elites, right? Yeah, that's sick. I like that. Huh. I mean, I feel like for me, I think my favorite colorway is the heroic one. So I think when you get the heroic one and then you unlock the like mythic / elite animations, I think the heroic one's going to look the best. I think this will be my favorite. I think heroic, when you unlock the animations, will be my favorite. Like when you get the fire, the extra flare on the shoulders and the helmet, and then the fire. Top 3 tiers? Ooh, my favorite 3? Oh, that's hard. Shaman for sure. Shaman for sure. I think Shaman looks fucking fantastic. The Sham one is my favorite. Think about when opening a pack. I'm about to. Undead Druid, true. So I would say top 3. Top 3s are so hard for me, man. I can't do top 3s. All right, fine. Top 3. Shaman for sure. And then Druid. God, oh my God, I'm going to have to play Druid this season. I'm going to have to actually play it. Maybe this will make me actually play Druid because I think their elite set is fucking sick. So maybe I'll play more than 5 games on Druid this season. The Druid Mog is insane. Priest Mythic, I got you. This is Mythic for Priest. Mythic for Priest is really cool. What does it look like in Elite again? This is Mythic. Okay, I would say this is Heroic. I would say my favorite, Shaman for sure. So I would say Shaman 100% is my favorite. Number 2, I would say Druid. I really like the Druid one. Like the pink on the Druid one looks insane. The Druid for sure. And then number 3, this is Warrior. I think the Warrior looks cool. I wish the bottom 70% was cooler. The bottom half of Warrior is kind of bland, but I like the shoulders and the helmet. So Shaman for sure. Druid. Oh my god, this is really hard. I would say it's between... I have to look at Priest again. Oh, this is hard because I really like the Hunter one too. Okay. I got it. Okay. I'm going to do a tie. Sorry, don't hate me. I know I'm breaking the rules. Number 1, Shaman. For sure. Number 1, Shaman. Number 2, Druid for me. And then number 3 / number 4, we're going to do a tie. We're going to do a tie. I'm going to say Warlock. I really like the lock set. And then tied with Warlock, I'm going to say Demon Hunter. I think the Demon Hunter set looks kind of mid when it's Glad. Like, I think it looks okay with just, like, the regular version. But then, because of the fact that the fucking shoulders animate when they're Elite or Mythic, I like the Demon Hunter one a lot. So, like, these are the shoulders on normal, right? This is regular. And then you can see, you know... We messed up there. You can see Raid Finder. You can see normal. You can see Heroic. But then when you get Elite, they're fucking animated. Like, look at this. So I would say Shaman number 1, Druid number 2, and then tied for third between Demon Hunter and Warlock. I mean, I like DK too. DK is sick. The problem I have with DK is the bottom is just bland. I think DK looks insane, except for the bottom half is just kind of bland, which is why I didn't put it in my top 3. Like, I like the helmet and the shoulders a lot. The shoulders are sick with, like, the little skull in the cage. But the bottom half is just kind of bland for me. That's what I would say. Need a worst overall choice? Need a worst overall. Is that what we need? We'll do that. 1 sec. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I had to sign for a package, and then I was talking to the mailman because I had a couple cards that I bought that said they got delivered, but they didn't. But are they the only two out of like fucking hundreds of packages that I've got that just didn't show up? So I was asking the guy if I have to like call the warehouse or something. What was I checking? Oh yeah, we were saying elite sets. So yeah, for me, Shaman for sure is sick. I love the Shaman set. Druid, love as well. And there are a lot that I like. Like I like a lot of the sets. I mean, there's some that are okay, but I like a lot of the sets. But these are just my favorite, of course. So Shaman, Druid, Warlock, and then Demon Hunter for sure. But I will say, I think heroic for DH when you unlock the elite appearance is going to be better. Like I think the heroic colorway for me is my favorite, and then when you unlock the elite version, it'll be sick. All right, now what's the worst one? Yeah, what is the worst elite set? I don't know. Let's look through all of them again. I feel like right off the bat, I would say Rogue. I mean, I don't know, because like Rogue isn't terrible, but it's like okay, let's keep going. I like Priest. We already said we like DK, but the bottom half is kind of lame. Shaman. Mage, even though it's kind of similar to other Mogs, isn't terrible. Lock. We saw Monk. People like Monk a lot. Druid. Even Evoker looks really cool. So I guess the worst Mogs are like what? Rogue, Pally, Warrior. I feel like Rogue is just... I don't know what it is about Rogue that I don't like. I like Pally. I actually like the Pally one. I like the Pally one. I don't know what it is about it. I like the flares on the shoulders, but I actually really like the Pally one. I know some people may not, but I think Pally looks sick, personally. I don't know. What is it about Rogue that looks weird? It just... Doesn't it feel like it just doesn't fit for a Rogue? Like, what about it? It just doesn't look... The legs and the chest... It just doesn't feel like a Rogue transmog. I don't know. It doesn't say I sneak around and I kill you. It just doesn't. It says, hey, shop my Wears champion. It looks like it's wearing tights. Looks unfinished. Maybe it's the legs, yeah. Maybe I don't mind the chest, but like the legs are kind of weird. The boots are fucking massive. Like how... Nice sneaky boots. Yeah, because like this is last season, right? Like look at the difference. I think Rogue's transmog last season was honestly pretty trash, but it still looks like a Rogue, right? Like it's very sleek. It seems very stealthy. This one doesn't seem like that at all. The PvE version, this is Raid Finder. This is normal. I like the Raid Finder color, I'll say that. Heroic color looks cool, but it just doesn't... This is Mythic. It looks good on Goblins? Okay, well, Volperas have the same model. Let's log into Volpera. Let's check it on a Volpera. I don't know if I have any troll characters. I'm playing Volpera Rogue. All right, let's see. I mean, I look pretty sick as a Volpera Warrior, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that, bro. I look pretty sick on Warrior. All right, let's see Rogue. Let's see Rogue. Okay. You see how the different races change your opinion on it? It looks so much more like a rogue transmog on a smaller character. Maybe it is the legs. Okay, I know what it is. It's the legs and the boots. It's the legs and the boots. That's what it is. Because look at the difference. The legs are too bland and they look like tights. Like somebody said, they look like fucking jogging, like joggers and leggings. And then the boots are way smaller. Sax, I'm thinking of the resub, dude. 71 months, bro. Thank you very much. We had to open a pack as well. Yeah, it looks like, exactly, it looks like sweatpants. So if you're a rogue and you're a smaller character model, the Mog actually looks pretty cool. Like, I don't think you can deny it. Like, I think it actually looks cool. But it just doesn't look like a rogue Mog when you have a bigger character model. That's so weird. It actually looks so much better on this character model. And I'm not just saying that because it's a Volpera. It actually does look better. Because, like, dude, look at it on our Shaman. Should we go back to our Draenei? Dude, look at this Mog on a Draenei, bro. Look at this Mog on a Draenei, dude. It looks so fucking fried. Yo, Scribbly, thank you for the Prime, dude. Look at this, look at this. I'll look at it on Gnome too, because I have my priest. The Mogs are super cool, honestly. Shaman and Druid are my favorite. Okay, so look at this. Look at Rogue on a Draenei, bro. Look at this. Like, this looks like a Shaman transmog, right? When you're on a Draenei, it looks like a Shaman Mog. Like, if you did this for Shaman, I'd be like, oh, that's sick. Like, that looks pretty cool. A Draenei. A Drainy. He looks like a guy that sells poisons. Oh yeah, he's probably in the drag, dude. Okay, so let's test this theory again. Let's look on a gnome. Let's look on a gnome. And then we'll open a pack. And then we'll make a video. And then we'll finish watching that tier list video that Ven made. Scrimbly, thank you for the resub, dude. The Prime resub, man. And Saxab, thank you for the resub as well. 71 months, bro. I appreciate it, man. Wait, we gotta open 2 packs, actually. Oh my god. We have to open 2 packs. Alright, let's see. So on a Rogue... Dude, the elite set for Priest looks so weird on Gnome. It looks like the proportions are off. Yeah, it's really creepy. I don't like that. I'm not looking at that. All right, let's see. So on a Rogue, here it is. Moment of truth. We already confirmed on Goblin and Volpera because they have a similar model. It actually looks cool. Let's see about a Gnome Rogue. If the Rogue Transmog actually looks cool. I mean, dude, it just looks so much better. It actually looks so much better on a smaller character. The helmet's a little massive. I agree. I agree with that 100%. The helmet looks a little too big still. But dude, it actually looks so much better when you're a smaller character. Like, look at this. I like the Raid Finder colors. This is normal. Normal's pretty cool too. Like the poison aesthetic. Dude, it just looks so much better on a gnome. It looks so much better on a gnome or a Vulpera or a goblin. What are we missing? What's another... Oh, dwarf. We have to check dwarf. We have to check dwarf. Let's see. We have to check dwarf as well. I mean, dude, if we're going to be completely honest... If we're going to be completely honest, we got to pause music for this. This is very important. If we are being honest and we're not just complaining for the sake of complaining, the elite sets and the transmogs, like the mythic sets and stuff, the last 3 expansions, I would say 75% of the time, they're fucking sick. Like, Dragonflight, War Within, and then Midnight, they look insane. 75% of the time. There are some that are pretty ass though. Yeah, like some of them are pretty trash. I would say it's even higher. It's probably more like 85, to be honest. I would say probably even fucking higher. Let's go 90%. And we'll stick at 85. Even though it is 90%, we're gonna say 85. And the reason we're gonna say 85 is because somehow, some way, they came up with this. Now, I don't know how this slid through. I don't know how this one got through customs, but like, this is one of the worst elite sets in the game. Just like across the board. I don't know how the fuck they let this one pass. Like, I don't know how this one slid through. I don't know if this is like a No Child Left Behind situation, but like this one was fucking trash. This is literally like something you would get for doing delves. Like if you just completed all the delves on a level 1, like a tier 1, like you would get this. This one is trash for sure. But aside from that, they made it up though. Here's the thing. They actually made it up the next season because the next season was this. And this one is fucking insane. This one is insane. Like they made up for it. They actually made up for it. Because the Midnight Season 1 Elite is fucking insane. So, I don't know. I really think majority of the transmogs that they do for the raid and for PvP are amazing. Like, I really don't have any complaints about them when it comes to the art team and like what they've done with all the transmogs. I think they look sick. The only criticism I have... Once again, the only criticism I have is, for whatever reason, it feels like a lot of the transmogs. I'm about to show it on Dwarf. I'll show it. I'll show you Dwarf Lock. Yeah, the only criticism I really have for the elite sets and the raid sets, the only criticism I really have is that it feels like some of the transmogs are only 30% completed. And what I mean by that is, like, the top 30%, they put a lot of effort and a lot of detail into the helmet and to the shoulders, and then the rest of it is bland. Example, Death Knight. Where's Season 2? Death Knight looks fucking sick if you only look right here. Like, hold on. If you only look like from right here, it looks great. Or let's do this so it's easier, so you guys can see better with my webcam. If you only look at DK from like right here, it's like, wow, that's fucking sick. But then, like, the bottom half is just so bland, you know? And I feel like that's been the case for some of the transmogs this expansion and last expansion too, where the top 30% looks sick. And then the rest of it is just kind of, you know, it doesn't really have much detail to it. The color's kind of bland. So that's my only criticism, I would say, for transmogs. Warrior's like that too. Where's Warrior? Warrior's like that too. You can see, like, It's not as bad as the DK one though. Like I think Warrior looks really cool, and it's kind of more detailed as it goes down. But what's another one? Let's see. What's another one? Priest is kind of like that a little bit. But you guys, hopefully you can kind of understand what I'm saying. Like the bottom half of a lot of the Mogs seem like they're lacking some detail. All right, let's see. You wanted to see what before we show Rogue? I'm gonna show Rogue in a second. You wanted to see Dwarf Warlock. Okay. So this is Dwarf Warlock. Now I'm gonna open 2 packs right now. Right now. I don't have a male dwarf. I mean, this looks pretty sick as dwarf too. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. We already said that the Rogue Transmog looks infinitely better on a smaller character model like Gnome or Goblin or Volpera. What does it look like on a fucking dwarf, dude? It still looks better. It still just looks better. It's a little worse for sure, but it still looks better. I really think the problem is the legs, right? Like I think the legs just don't work. Like why are you playing a rogue and you have joggers on, dude? Like you have baggy sweatpants as a rogue. Like, that's not very stealthy, you know? If you're going to be stealthy, you're not going to wear fucking super baggy sweatpants. It's comfort. It just doesn't... It definitely looks better. It helps you move smoothly through the shadows. It definitely looks better on dwarf than it does other races, I would say. And I think it's the legs. I think the legs really look like shit. I don't even know what the Season 2 Glad Mount is. I haven't even seen it. Dude, what is the Season 2 Glad Mount? I just Googled it. It's the same thing but green? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, it's an actual, like, nice, like, fell-colored green, too. Not the fucking nasty, like, poop green. But I kind of like this one. Okay. I mean, guys, maybe we gotta give Midnight more credit. Season 1 was fucking terrible, but, like, the mount was cool. And then now we get another cool mount. And the transmogs are cool. So the balance is horrible, but, like, the mounts are cool. The transmogs are cool. You know, maybe we gotta give Midnight a little bit more credit. Maybe. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, so yeah, we've confirmed that the Rogue Mog actually looks sick when you're on a smaller character. It's been confirmed. My guy, how can you be happy with the mount? It's a literal reskin. Are you new to... I say this with genuine curiosity. Are you new to PvP and WoW? Are you new to PvP and WoW? The mounts are always reskins. I am? Yeah, okay. So there you go. The mounts are always reskins. Yeah, Dragonflight was different because they actually changed the model. Which, to be honest, I don't like that they did that. I actually don't like that they changed the model in Season 2 and 3. I would have just preferred the same, like, the Season 1 model. But, okay, so let's go to... Where is the... Oh, here we go, Arena. So if you look here, like all of the mounts are reskins. This is always how it's been. Like this is TBC. They're reskinning. This is Wrath. This is Kata. Mop. Wad. Legion. I feel like new models would bring more attraction to PvP. It would for me. I mean, maybe. You're welcome to have that opinion. I personally like the reskins. Like, I like the recolors of the mounts. Maybe I'm just accustomed to it because that's what they've always done. But I like that they just changed the color of the mounts personally. But maybe if they did a better job with the new model, it'd be fine. Because these are the mounts, right? So these are, so this is Dragonflight. Like, this is Dragonflight. This is season 1. This model is fucking insane. And then season 2, they went to this. And they changed the model of the dragon. I actually like the season 3 one. I like the color a lot more. So I actually like the season 3 Dragonflight mount. Because the color looks way better. But they can make a non-reskin, which doesn't make look like ass. I mean, I guess so. I guess you can just say that they can make a non-reskin that actually looks cool. Which, yeah, I'm not saying that that's not the case. Yeah, they probably could. Well, I don't know. I would say personally, I don't have that feeling. I like that they just do I just like that they recolor the mounts personally. Like, I love all of the Legion ones, for example. Like, all of the Legion mounts, I fucking love. I think they look sick. With all the Legion dragons. So, I don't know. I feel like that's fair, though. Like, if you want them to just do a different model, I can understand that. But I would say personally that I don't feel that way. The mop mounts were the mop mounts were really cool, except for the first one was super cool and unique. The second one was still really cool, even though it wasn't as unique. And then the other two, in my opinion, were kind of mid. Like the Grievous one and then the Prideful one were kind of mid, like for the colors. Yeah, that's what I think too, right? Like they do the reskins because you have one model for like the Glad Mount or Mythic Plus that fit the expansion, and then they recolor it. But like I said, I personally like that it's just a reskin. Yeah, Malevolent is sick for Mop. All right, here we go. Let's we're gonna watch this video. We're gonna watch this Venruki video, and then we're gonna open 2 packs. Once again, guys, every 2 subs, we're opening a pack of Pokemon cards. So we have to open 2 more because we're at 8 on the day. This is from the Sword and Shield era, Darkness Ablaze. We already got a hit off our second pack. We got a Salamence VMAX. This is a pretty cool card. We got a Salamence VMAX. This is a sick card. Yeah. How about the WAD mounts? Yeah, WAD mounts are horrible. I actually hate the WAD mounts. I like the Gronlings, to be honest. I fucking hate the Gronlings, dude. I hate the Gronlings, dude. It just gives me I relive all the trauma when I look at the Gronlings. I relive all the days of fighting kickbotters and getting DDoSed all day and getting sniped by DKs all day because there was literally a Skype group, a Skype call of 30 Windwalkers and DKs just waiting for me to queue. Like I don't like thinking about the Gronlings, dude. Yep, and they're the only ones that can't fly. Exactly. They're the only glad mounts in the entire game that can't fly, which automatically makes them suck. So maybe they gotta change that. Maybe they gotta add some wings to the Gronlings, dude. Maybe they gotta add wings to this shit, dude. Yeah, they didn't add flying until the last patch, right? Or like the last major patch with fucking Tanan Jungle. All right, here we go. Two more packs. And we remembered it's 4 from the back. So let's do 2. Let's do number 2 from both sides. Okay. 2 more packs, baby. You can't wait for WAD? I mean, I don't ever want to play WAD again, but I will say that WAD was definitely, I think WAD PvP was made out to be worse than it actually was because the community was so toxic, bro. Like the DDoSing and the kickbotting and like the fly hacking and shit in WAD was so bad. It was so bad. Like I think if we had the chance, which we don't, to redo it all again and play WAD without all the cheating, I think it would have been a lot more fun. It would have been way more fun. Like I really think people would have looked back on that expansion with a little bit more positivity. I think they would have it would have definitely been a little bit less depressing for people. WAD without the kickbots and DDoSing? Yeah. I mean the DDoSing in WAD was horrible. Like it was so hard to play the game. Like I had a moment, you guys would not believe it. There was a point in WAD where I literally could not stream for 2 months. It was like 2.5 months where I couldn't stream because people kept linking my fucking Skype. They kept leaking my Skype and I would get DDoS nonstop. Anytime I went live, DDoSed. So I actually couldn't stream for 2 months. It was awful. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying the content drought sucked for sure, but I'm saying for PvP, it was different. Like, obviously that affects the PvEers and stuff a lot more. As far as PvP goes, I think without all the cheating, it would have been a much different experience. The bomb trinket was Shadowlands. All right, here we go. We got 2 packs of Darkness Ablaze. Let's get a focus here. Here we go. So we got energy, blow and smoke. Oh my god, we actually got a fucking special energy card, dude. We can't escape it. We can't escape special energy cards. Relicanth, Trapinch, Teddy Ursa, Panseer. I still like the yellow border so much better than the gray. Morlul, Wishy-Washy. Ooh, reverse hollow Larvesta. And then a hollow Corviknight. That's a cool card. All right, one more, and then we will watch this video. Because we yapped about elite sets for a while. I mean, if we pulled any of the rainbow cards or the fucking Charizard or something from this set, I think I would scream. I think I'd let out a screech, bro. I would start screeching. But I think a lot of these cards are really cool. Like, I looked up the set when I went to the store. Like, before I went to the store, I looked up the set and I was looking at all the cards. And I like a lot of the cards in this set, so. Code card, and then what is it? 3? 4 from the back. Would you be love? All right. All right, energy. Shinotic. Rose. Simipour. Skitty? Dano? Jigglypuff. That's a fan favorite. Gunspars. Clink. Reverse hollow Melmetal. Oh, I have a super cool full art of this one. And then we have one left. Oh! I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Holy shit, we got one! Holy shit! Wow. We actually got one. Bro, this is one of the chase cards. This is like top 2 or top 3, right? Wow, we actually got one. That's sick. Wow. The Butterfree VMAX. Is that worth $5? I mean, it's one of the top chase cards, I think. It's probably worth like 15 or 20. Dude, that's sick. Nice. That's actually sick, dude. That's a really cool card. Butterfree's goated, man. One of the OG Pokemon Gen 1. One of Ash's favorite. That he let go. That he let go. What's your best pool? My best pools so far are I pulled the Nidoking from Destined Rivals, and I pulled the Morpeko from Pitch Black, which is the newest set. There we go. We sleeved it. We sleeved it. That's a sick card, dude. That's a sick card. So these are our two best pulls so far. The Nidoking from Destined Rivals. And then the Morpeko from Pitch Black, which is the new set that came out last month. So these are our two biggest pools, I would say. Damn. Okay. Nice little rainbow Butterfree. That's sick. Is Mr. is dead in season 2 as people are saying? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I've queued in a monk the last couple days. It seems all right. But it doesn't compare to Druid and Pally for sure. Druid and Pally for sure are disgusting. All right, here we go. Let's watch this.
The gimmick is getting nerfed. Its burstier, blender-based playstyle is...
Pays for the pack at least? Yep, we're back. We're back, guys. Once again, every 2 subs, we will open a pack of Pokemon cards.
Really scary to deal with. However, it continues to limit comp options for competitive play and could be even worse next season. Now, when it comes...
Right now, in case you're wondering, we literally yapped about elite sets and shit for a while. We were in the middle of watching a video, and then we got distracted. Nothing I can do. So now we're watching Venruki. We're watching Venruki's video on the skill capped video about the class changes for Season 2. That's what we're doing right now.
I don't know what they should do. I don't know what they should do with DK. I don't like Frost DK, to be honest. I don't know how you... I genuinely don't know what Frost DK needs to like not make it feel like it's the most bullshit gimmicky one-shot spec in the game, but actually make it like more fun. Bring Frost back to big obliterate procs and consistent damage. More pad, less burst. Make obliterate actually hit for damage all the time. That would be
It
nice.
needs a ray of frost.
Like, I think they just need to really ramp up all Frost DK's damage.
I feel like they got to give Frost DK like Ice Lance, and maybe like polymorph. or like Mass Invis. And then I don't know. I feel like DK needs like like what does Frost DK need? Let's get serious about this. Let's stop trolling. I feel like for sure like Ice Block. I feel like Frost DK probably needs Ice Block. I think maybe you could give them Ice Lance too. So like instead of Howling Blast, you could spec into Ice Lance, and then when you're doing your big go, your Howling Blast turns into Ice Lance, and then it cleaves everybody and does like triple the damage. And you could spam it. Like it doesn't cause runes or anything either. You could just spam it. So I think that would be pretty good. And then maybe Frost DK needs. Oh, okay, so you know how some classes have like a regular spell and then they have an AoE spell of that regular spell? So like Mage, right? I don't know why I'm thinking about Mage right now. Like Mage, as an example, you can invis yourself and then you have Overpowered Barrier that will give you another invis, and then you have Mass Invis for your team. So maybe DK, like you can AMS yourself and you can AMS teammates, but what if you had anti-magic shell for your entire team, and you could call it like greater anti-magic shell, and it shells everybody. So you have anti-magic shell, and then you have greater anti-magic shell, and or you have mass anti-magic shell, and it shells everybody on your team. I feel like that could be sick. That could be pretty good. And then we'll put on like a 1 minute cooldown. So whenever anyone's getting CC'd on your team or they're dying, you'll just mass anti-magic shell them. All right, let's go.
Outside of pillar.
Let's make a 30-second right? CD, 2 charges. They should rip off Iceman from X-Men. Instead of throwing snowballs, use ice.
Maybe it needs like
yourself.
a Windwalker Monk damage profile.
I don't know.
Yo, Brando, Gideon, thank you for the sub, my dude. But yeah, I don't. Sometimes I think that maybe like Frosty K needs like Mortal Strike or something like that, just to give it something different than Unholy. I think that maybe like Frosty K needs like Mortal Strike or something like that, just to give it something different than Unholy. Maybe like Frosty K needs like Mortal Strike or something like that, just to give it something different than Unholy.
Yeah, let's slow down here. All right, I was trolling. I was fucking completely trolling. Was he trolling? He was joking, right? He was joking, right? I think it's a fair point. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Let's actually think about that. Let's think about that. Does Frost DK need an MS? Because Unholy DK has Necrotic Wounds, which is like a pseudo MS, but it also stacks. Let's not forget that. Frost DK, Necrotic Wounds double dips with other effects because it's an absorb. So in case you guys didn't know, when you're fighting like a TSG, so Warrior DK, or you're playing against any Unholy DK with a Mortal Strike class, like Hunter, Demon Hunter, Warrior, whatever, you have a Mortal Strike effect, which reduces healing, and then you have Necrotic Wounds, which absorbs healing. So you actually have both effects, which is why when you're fighting DK plus Mortal Strike, your healing is dog shit. So, let's be serious about this. Could Frost DK get a Mortal Strike? Yeah, I feel like you would have to nerf their burst pretty hard if they gave them an MS. The Frost DK Go is disgusting. The Frost DK Go is super disgusting. Maybe they could give Frosty K like a... I don't know. I don't know if it needs an Immortal Strike, man, honestly. Dude, it honestly must be hard to think of how to design the game sometimes without... Like, okay, let's be honest. When we're sitting here talking about how to design stuff, sometimes... Oh my god, I fucking hate that I'm saying this. Sometimes I feel bad for the devs. Very, very rarely, but sometimes. Because think about you're in charge of balancing Frosty K. No, hear me out. Hear me out. Just listen. Listen to what I have to say. How, if you're in charge of Frosty K, what do you do to the class that doesn't make everyone else want to uninstall the game? Like, think about all the stuff they've added to Frosty K. It's like they added Heartstop Aura. That shit was fucking stupid. They added Delirium. That shit's fucking... Like, all of these mechanics make the game so unfun. Right? So, think about if you're in charge of balancing this class and you have to come up with something that isn't going to make people hate the game. I feel like it's kind of difficult. I feel like it's actually kind of difficult if you're talking about Frosty K specifically. Like, what can you do? What can you add that doesn't make people want to rage and break their monitor? You know? And now, I'm not saying that that's the case for other classes too. No one likes Mass Invis. That shit's fucking disgusting. I don't know how they haven't nerfed that shit yet. Well, I guess they did, technically. They did nerf it to 2 minutes this season. Took them 10 fucking months. But, like, if I was in charge of Frosty K, I would honestly be so confused with what I wanted to do. Like, I would just be clueless on, like, what mechanic or what I would change besides nerfing their burst and giving them more sustain, which is obviously the obvious choice to do. But then you basically just make them a warrior. So it's like, what mechanic would you do to make them not shit? Or, like, to make them more competitive versus unholy, you know? Did the Frosty K move to the Mage Dev and come up with Mass Invis? Maybe, dude. Should get Immortal Strike instead? Just make them a warrior with Frosty Magic? I mean, I feel like we already have that, but with Holy Magic, aka Rep Paladin. Like, Rep Paladins are already warriors, basically, right? Like, they literally just fucking run you down and they kill you from 20 yards away. And they're plate. So do we make Frosty K the same? Give them a charge instead of a death grip? Yeah, Paladins are they're like Dev Evokers. I could agree with that. I feel like Death Group is too iconic though. I don't know what they could do with Frosty K, man. I feel like there's just nothing you can do. I feel like there's just nothing you can do. Make Frost like Sub-Rogue? It already is. It already is like Sub-Rogue. You do the go. All Frosty K has done for fucking expansion upon expansion is they do their go and then they run away.
But, like, I don't know. Because Frosty K is, like, one of the only, like, true melee left in the game. I mean, you have, like, your Howling Blast or whatever, but pretty much all your attacks are melee range.
Yeah. Maybe
they need something to, like, just something. Besides just... Because right now their only win con is basically just some really OP one-shot.
Wait, this is crazy. Is Frosty K gonna be worse this patch? Because people have more HP and they nerfed slows. They nerfed all the slows and they buffed HP. So is Frosty K just gonna be even worse? Like, Frosty K is dumb as fuck, but it's not meta. Like, it's really OP sometimes, and then other times it's actually just kind of useless. So, I don't know. Big Obliterate and Frost Strike 25-yard range.
There is a major nerf to a key dev talent. Hungering Slash will now give a temporary charge of Vengeful Retreat rather than making it free to cast and resetting its...
This is a huge change, by the way. This is a great change. The Devourer that are playing Void Scarred, that could just... You can actually glimpse a million times in a row. You can glimpse and then
they're nerfing
go
glimpse,
in,
fam?
and then,
Oh my god, W.
You slash, and then you glimpse, and then you can glimpse again.
W
and then
indeed.
you can hunt, and then you can slash, and then you can glimpse, and then you can
That's another
glimpse, and then you
stupid
go into
mechanic.
meta, and you slash, and then you glimpse, and then you glimpse, and then you hunt, and then you glimpse, and you it's like, it's actually the dumbest thing ever. So this change will still make it good. You can glimpse often, but not nearly as much.
Cooldown.
Which is good.
What this means is that on paper, DevDH will have less uptime on Glimpse, which will put a noticeable dent in their survivability. And of all the meta specs getting hit with burst damage nerfs, Dev could be the most impacted since not only is Metamorphosis becoming weaker, but Collapsing Star is getting a fat nerf. Obviously, Devourer has been a meta-defining spec in Midnight, becoming extremely dominant halfway through the season. However, this was due in part to the combination of survivability and burst, both of which are getting nerfed in 12.
B tier, 3v3, S tier, Soul Shuffle, S tier. I agree with that.
You actually could not take Devour seriously, man. You could not take Devour serious, or you would end up raging like a psychopath if you played solo shuffle. Like that is one of the specs. That is one of these specs where you actually just have to laugh off every game because it's just so ridiculous.
Now, as far as Havoc is concerned, this spec saw gradual gains throughout the first season. While it did struggle early on, Havoc became a powerhouse after repeated damage.
It's interesting. It felt like Havoc Demon Hunter was not nearly as popular in NA. And I don't know exactly why that was. Like, even when you look at the stats, there's just like way more, I think, there's way more people playing it in Europe than NA. And it's super good, too.
Damage buffs, finishing in the S tier for every single bracket. 12.1.
It's because NA somehow has more rogue mages. And by more rogue mages, I mean it's just all the Zoomers playing rogue mage together all day long on 20 characters. It's just Calvish and his fucking rounded up Zoomers, dude, just running in circles on rogue mage on 20 different fucking characters. That's why no one plays Demon Hunter because of that. That's why, bro. All it is on NA when you play threes, it's just Calvish logs in, and then people start messaging him like, "Do you want to play rogue mage with your monk? You want to play rogue mage with Pally? Do you want to play rogue mage with Subfire? With Frost Sub? With Frost Outlaw?" Like, that's all it is. That's all it is on NA, dude.
Is virtually no major changes for this spec outside of simple damage tuning, which could be a good thing if it's able to match Season 1 performance.
Holy shit, Demon Hunter got a lot of buffs. What?
Also, damage tuning.
Van, your camera's in the way, bro. They buffed Demon Hunter damage by 5%? The fuck? Let's read the rest. Okay. They buffed Essence Break initial dam. They nerfed Immolation Aura. They gave DH a 5% flat buff. Buffed their tier set. They nerfed their Fury Gen. Oh no, they buffed their Fury Gen, but they nerfed it with... Wait, what? Trail of Ruin applies your damage immediately? What? Trail of Ruin has been updated. Damage is now applied immediately rather than as a damage over time effect. Is that going to be broken as fuck? Because that was just your dot. That was like your chaos dot. So they're just tying more burst into Blade Dance, I guess? Serrated Glaive has been updated. Effect is now a buff on the Demon Hunter with a 12-second duration. Is the game crashing repeatedly for everyone right now? Probably. Kirk, what up, dude? Hukamanga.
Which could be a good thing if it's able to match Season 1 performance. We should also note that if the meta starts to
they buffed
favor
the
slower
Demon Soul
attrition-based
account, like the
gameplay,
Purge?
Havoc might be in a really good spot.
I agree.
One of its biggest weaknesses is massive burst damage while in stuns. With DH covered, let's take a look at Druid. Resto was one of the biggest winners from the
Dude,
patch.
what is
So
this?
DH really not getting much.
What-
Basically,
what is this
Devour
fucking
one
anim-
shot's getting nerfed a
what
little
is
bit.
this
They can't glimpse
cinematic,
as
dude?
much.
This is the last thing I want to see right now if I'm going to log in to play PvP.
DH really not getting much.
Let's take a look at Druid. Resto was one of the biggest winners from the patch.
So DH really
That's
not
pissing
getting
me
much.
off.
Basically, Devour one shot's getting nerfed a little bit. They can't glimpse as much. I think their consistent damage is going up.
Okay.
And then Havoc's really not getting much.
At least on paper, seeing the return of Overgrowth, which now procs from Nature's Swiftness
Dude, they're actually bringing back Gigatree. I forgot about that. That's hilarious.
Regrowth. But if that wasn't enough, Ancient of Lore, aka Gigatree, has
Guys, make your druids. Make your druids right now. You got 5 more days. 5 more days for the season. 6 more days for the season. Make your druids right now. Make your druids right now. That class is fucking disgusting.
also made its return as a PvP talent, giving the spec more recovery tools in Season 2. Just for some context, Resto Druid ended Season 1 as one of the best healers in each bracket, with a balanced healing kit, buffed defensives, and even crazy damage potential. It was able to
All I play is
dominate
druids, so I'm
2v2,
one step ahead. Hell
3v3,
yeah.
And even solo shuffle. At this point, the biggest
I'm actually really confused why they added that. Because I feel like Druid's in a good spot right now. Bringing back Gigatree is so interesting. I actually am curious.
You know what Ven's doing? Ven is doing what I told you I did earlier. He's either messaging Smexon or another dev and being like, "Hey, why did you add this?" That's exactly what he's doing.
concern would be the CCDR change, since Spammable Cyclone was a pretty big part of their success. As for Feral,
Finally,
this
it's
is
good
yet
in all
another
3
spec
war
which isn't
Within
seeing
seasons. They were
major
C tier.
changes outside of some simple damage
Druid was
tuning
good
and
in
some
War
off
Within,
healing
what?
buffs, which are welcome for a spec that is often a target in Arena.
I wouldn't say
I feel like
C tier.
Feral is actually pretty cool.
Wasn't S
Like,
tier though, but it wasn't.
Feral feels like it still is one of the most intricate specs in the game. Like when I play a Feral Druid, even though the damage rotation is a little bit simpler, I still feel like it's more complex than most. And it also feels like you can do a ton on Feral.
No, we
Like,
don't care about
you
Feral.
know?
We don't care about Feral.
Druid, most of their changes in the patch included simple damage tuning and off healing buffs. However, there is a massive quality of life improvement for Boomies.
Oh, I saw this. I saw this yesterday, and I was very confused. So you get dispel protection on Boomy now, because I always spam dispel versus Boomy, but now they get like Stellar Flare or something. What is this?
in PvP.
What is it?
Balanced Druids will now have a more consistent form of Dispel Protection thanks to a new passive called Stellar Protection, which will cause a new dot to appear on targets whenever Moonfire or Sunfire is dispelled.
That's
Combined
cool.
with overall damage buffs and the potential for a slower meta, we could see Boomkin being extremely good in Season 2.
It's actually so funny that I swear the only thing that matters for Boomkin, I'm not kidding you, the only thing that matters for Boomkin, whether it's good or bad, is how much damage Star Surge does.
Yeah, pretty much.
If Star Surge is overtuned, Boomkins are really good. If it's undertuned, they suck. Literally, that's the only thing that matters. The only thing in the whole game that matters for Boomy, if they want to make it good or bad, is how much damage Star Surge does. That's all. And nothing else.
Now let's take a look at Evoker, starting with Devastation.
Damn, I just realized we had an entire season of not having to fight Boomy Dragon. Dude, there is a god, bro. I like that. I like that. We had an entire season of not having to fight fucking Boomy Evoker, dude. Holy shit. I like that.
This was one of the strongest casters
Okay,
in Season
Devastation
1,
Evoker.
barely missing the S tier in solo shuffle. While in the past it was known for massive burst damage, Midnight changed the spec into a sustained DPS machine. However, that soon could change. The 12.1 patch includes a brand new ability called Unbound
Oh yeah,
Flame, which
DH
a
is gonna
proc
be
evokers will
solid
get
too, probably,
after
right?
using
So Boomy
Dragon
DH
Rage,
maybe?
giving them an instant cast punchy burst spell that can be used multiple times.
What is this? They gave a new ability to Evoker, dude. It's not a fucking one button spec anymore.
After using Dragon
Unbound Flame. Exhale destructive flame, critically striking for fire damage to your target and nearby enemies. Isn't that just Pyre? Is that actually going to be good?
Rage, giving them an instant cast Punchy Burst spell that can be used multiple times.
I didn't even know that. What? That's cool.
They also got a small rework to the Wing Leader hero talent, which will now reset Deep Breath with Mass Disintegrates.
Lower shuffle cues pop.
Yo, Sam, what up, dude? What up, dude? Wait, are you why my WoW is flashing? Oh, it is. It is. You are why my WoW is flashing. You get healer shuffle Qs if you're a little lower. Like I've been getting Qs because I have an alt shaman. I'm like 2500 or 2600 MMR. 24 to 26, somewhere around there. I don't know. And I get Q pops. So I think if you're like rank 1 rating on disc from last season, you might not get Qs. 'Cause yeah, I think if you're a little too high, you probably can't get Qs. But yo, Sam, think of the reset, man. Yeah, I'm watching this vid and then I'm gonna yap for a bit, and then I might play like one shuffle and then I gotta go because I gotta go to dinner. Some friends tonight. My friend's wife, her birthday's today, so I gotta go to dinner later. You know how to fix nameplates post patch? I have no idea. There's a bunch of bugs and stuff with all these add-ons. Wait, so okay.
Rework that can be.
I was actually kind of excited for Dragon players. OCD, if you're here, no offense, bro. I'm sorry. But I was excited. I was like, oh, you can actually hit an ability. That's pretty cool. That's not Disintegrate. And then they said this.
Used multiple times.
I didn't even know that. What? That's cool.
They also got a small rework to the Wing Leader hero talent, which will now reset Deep Breath with Mass Disintegrate.
Why are we giving Evoker more deep breaths, dude? Is it a nerf? Is it? We already had that? I thought it was just a flat 1 minute. What do you mean? But you could use it twice. Was it lower than a minute? I thought they took away the CDR because you had CDR in War Within. I thought they took that away. Oh, it's from bombardment procs. Okay, so it is a nerf. Right? Because you get less of those. Or do you get more? Okay. Okay, so it's a slight nerf then. Okay. That's better then. That's fine. That's fine. I was going to say, why the hell are we giving dragons more deep breaths, bro? Like, we need to not have that.
Great. Finally, Dev Evokers are also getting the hybrid DPS treatment of the patch.
Wait a minute.
Finally, Wing Leader Puncher hero talent.
You guys the video, 100%. Here it is.
Dev Evokers are
Cap with Tunnel.
one potential downside. The unburdened PvP talent is getting a slight nerf.
Good.
And no longer acts as a complete freedom effect. However, keep in mind that all snares are also being nerfed, so this might not.
Oh, wow. That's an interesting change. So it's no longer an actual freedom. Huh. Okay.
Not be a big deal after all.
I think it's a great change. And if you're someone who plays Battleground Blitz, you're no longer going to have Pres Evokers flying across
oh my
the
god
map in 1 millisecond being the undisputed
god. Oh my god, Evoker
champions of
BG
flag
Blitz.
carrying, which I think is good because they've had their fun. I feel like Evokers in general are quite mobile. They're still going to be mobile. There's still a dragon flying around. But
Evokers
it was
had
a
their
little
fun, bro.
Ridiculous.
All these
Preservation
dragons
is
had their fun,
concerned.
dude.
Most of their changes are just healing tuning, with Dream Breath getting some pretty substantial buffs. At the end of Season 1, this is arguably the best healer in the game thanks to having some of the best raw healing output, fantastic damage, and excellent offensive support. On paper, Preservation should succeed in a slower meta too, as they're one of the few healers that don't seem to have mana issues in Solo Shuffle. But as the saying goes, only time will tell. Now, Hunter is where things get interesting, as one spec is getting a major rework. But first, there is a major change affecting
They're
every
reworking a
Hunter
spec? What spec are they
Yo,
reworking?
what's up, so many? Good to see ya.
Scattershot is back as a PvP talent.
I'm happy about this. I think this is good.
Ven rerolls Hunter, and all of a sudden he's happy about Scattershot. Classic.
I think this is a great change. I'm not mad about this. It's like And sometimes there's like an obnoxious CC. Scattershot can be obnoxious, but even though in the current game I feel like hunters actually are pretty good right now, it's still nice to have like some playmaking potential, and I do feel like hunters kind of lost a lot. So getting Scattershot back, I think, is a W.
Yes, Blizzard seems to be slowly reversing some of their midnight pruning. Along with this, marksmanship is getting completely redesigned. This comes with their midnight pruning. Along with this, marksman
D tier in threes? D tier? I don't know about that. I don't know about that, dude.
marksmanship is getting completely redesigned. This comes with a brand new talent.
Did Ben see that too?
Is marksmanship D tier in threes?
Along with this,
I like how everyone's like, what?
I don't agree with this at all. Wait, marksmanship was D tier in threes?
That's so funny.
Okay, this is the first one. I'm like, okay.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Okay.
Big man, what are you doing, bro?
marksmanship is getting completely
Wait, hold
redesigned.
on. What?
This
What?
comes with a
That
brand new
fucked
talent-
up the
Also,
whole
I think
video.
they were S tier in shuffle too.
That's so
But
funny.
that's just me.
talent centered around explosive shot called
They're doing it to make people not play it? Oh, maybe. Maybe because Big Moran does write these, so maybe Big Moran doesn't want people to play Hunter. So he put it at D tier. Yeah, I mean, honestly, normally I'd say that's a troll. That actually could be real. It didn't finish D tier? Oh, fuck, you're right. He ranked them at the end, too. Oh, god damn it.
called Unstable Trigger, which will give that Wrath of the Lich King feel to the ability. Death Blow was also
what?
reworked. Unstable Trigger.
Explosive shot can now be used a second time if cast within 3 seconds. Explosive shot will incorporate any remaining damage from previous explosive shots on your target. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Which will give that Wrath of the Lich King feel to the ability. Death Blow was also reworked to make rotations a bit more predictable, and speaking of which, Blizzard is also buffing most of the core rotational spells of Marks at the cost of removing Double Tap.
Oh, wow. They're doing this again. So they keep going back and forth on this. They keep going back and forth on this where they like have double tap, then they nerf it to the ground, then they remove it, then they add it back. So they're removing double tap, which is why Marksman is one-shotting you. Okay. And then they buffed everything else. What are the numbers on the buffs? Auto shot 20, steady shot 50, volley 20, arcane shot 15, multi shot 80, kill shot 25.
Blizzard is also buffing most of the
Explosive shot 15.
core rotational spells of Marks.
Explosive shot damage increased by 15. I'm guessing this is the actual AoE, but now only explosive for 50%.
At the cost of removing
Okay.
Double Tap. Once again, sticking on theme of shifting damage away from cooldowns and more.
Which I am happy about. It's one of the things that makes me the most happy. Big Giga one-shot cooldowns.
I mean, this change already, I would say, is a fucking W, because this is already a W for patch 12.1, because some of these things that they're doing are taking away the fucking one-shots in the game, which is what people don't like, right? So we've already nerfed CC. Removing this is great. I hope they can balance Marksman in other ways and make it not shit. If Marksman ends up shit because of this, I hope they can balance it and buff it to make it not shit, but this is good.
Getting nerfed and your abilities doing more damage. Now, some people have told me that that makes the game really boring. I'm like, actually, I feel like it does the opposite. Where, like, instead of having these moments of no intensity in the game, where none of your buttons do anything, and then you just one-shot,
Of course.
I think it's better to just have, like, your buttons... When your buttons feel good to press, I think that's just good.
Of course.
Like, Frost...
Double tap removed. Look at what Wax said. That's funny. Double tap removed will be added back in 2 months.
Frostmage is a good example of that. Even though Frostmage
Maybe.
is OP, I feel like what they did to Frostmage made them feel way better to play. You know?
You're not wrong.
Sustained rotations. In theory, this is a welcome change for Marks, since historically their damage has seemed noticeably weak outside of True Shot. Marks was the strongest hunter spec at the end of Season 1, and it's possible this trend could continue into Season 2. As for BM, there are no significant reworks. However, once again, every rotational spell is getting buffed. Now, obviously, BM has been an incredibly consistent spec in recent expansions. Every single season, it's always extremely popular and very solid in solo shuffle. Now, with even better sustained damage and the return of Scattershot, it could shape up to be one of the...
Dude, actually, I lost games to a BM hunter who was just standing still. I was playing my Arcane Mage, and I actually fought a BM hunter who I thought was AFK. He was actually just like standing still and attacking me, and I didn't know what to do because there's like moments where I was just so weird. My team would just try to kill him, and he was just standing still, pressing his one button rotation, just farming my team, and I just couldn't believe it. I was like, there's nothing I could do. It's so annoying.
Best specs. As for survival, the spec is getting 2 brand new talents, which for better or worse both...
After strike and kill command, gain 10% increased crit and 10% increased crit damage dealt. Wildfire bomb damage increased by 15%. Critical strike chance increased by 15%. And critical damage increased by 15%. Okay.
Center around crit damage, which as you know is nerfed in PvP. With that said, we could see survival being a menace in Season 2.
Can they give survival more sustain again and like make bombs kind of cool instead of this bullshit where they fucking light up? They fucking light up like a candle and just global you with their what is that shit called, takedown or something? Like, hopefully they're changing this for all hunters, which it seems like it is. Like, we got to get this shit out of here, bro.
The return of Scattershot is huge for the spec, as it already has a ton of...
Yeah, I don't know how we put S tier for hunter. I don't know how we put S tier in 3s for survival, but then D tier for marksman. That's kind of strange. I feel like survival is more like a B tier for 3s, or like a low A, and then marksman was high A, low S. I don't know, but whatever.
Tracker's Net and Mending Bandage for niche matchups. Now, when it comes to main...
Hey, wait a minute. Are these tier list predictions?
No, Season 1
these are
rankings.
Season 1 rankings.
Ben's thinking the same thing.
Survival was S tier in 3v3?
Comes to Mage, there's a lot to look forward to if you're playing one of the off-meta specs. But first, we need to talk about Frost, which really isn't changing that much outside of some minor damage tuning.
Let's do it.
If you've played any arena so far this expansion, you already know that Frost is arguably the best spec in the game, especially at higher ratings. These days, it is super easy to deal high damage as a Frost Mage, with most of your damage being instant, while having 2 charges of a literal death ray in your back pocket. But what has really carried this spec is its survivability.
Yeah, the 2 barriers, the spam and viz.
Oh yeah. By the way, people, how fast is dampening ramp and shuffle? Let's check this real quick. Isn't it like 20% a minute or something in shuffle? Oh, here we go. The game started. We're at 12. We're at 14. So 25% a minute. Okay, so dampening and shuffle ramps up at 25% a minute. Where do you see it? Well, I'm just counting the stacks. And then you can see the the timer at the top. What about 3s? Do we know? Isn't 3's dampening is 6% a minute, I think, right?
Oh, should have queued.
Where's my VOD? There you go. I think 3's dampening is 6% a minute. Where's one of our last games? Because threes dampening starts at 3 minutes. And then what are we at a minute into this game? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so 6% a minute. So this has been a topic lately that people have been bringing up that we've talked about a little bit the last few days. When it comes to dampening in threes and maybe, you know, changing that to make it, you know, more in line with the other brackets, but, you know, make it more fun to play threes. Should we buff the dampening in threes? Dampening in shuffle. So dampening in twos starts at like 40%. Dampening in shuffle ramps at 25% a minute. But dampening in threes ramps at 6% a minute. So dampening in shuffle starts 1 minute in, and it's 25% every minute. Dampening in threes starts at the 3 minute mark, but it's only 6% a minute. Would 12% a minute be bad? Would that be a bad number? $12 a minute? 10% a minute? Maybe he's damp at a normal rate, but starts 2 minutes in. Okay, so yeah, a minute earlier. Because it used to be 5, and then they changed it. They changed that last expansion to help with threes, and it actually made it a lot better, in my opinion. I thought it made it better to start at 3 minutes. But we would see it. We would see it with certain comps. We'd see it with higher rated games. We'd see it with AWC, where like you still have these fucking 12-minute games, even with that. So I don't know, because we have to remember too, this patch they're trying to slow the game down. So maybe they actually do have to change dampening. Maybe they would have to change the rate of dampening in threes this season because of the fact that they are trying to slow the game down. 12% seems a minute seems reasonable. I was thinking 12 to 15. I feel like 12% a minute is pretty solid. So if you're in a 5-minute game, what are you at? If you're in a 5-minute game, you get 2 extra minutes, so you would be at 34% dampening. You'd be at 10%, 3 minute starts. 4 minute mark, you'd be at 22. 5 minute mark, you'd be at 34. 34% damage is a fucking lot. I feel like, what's ideal game length? I think the ideal game length is, yeah, like 3 to 5 minutes, I think is pretty solid. If you could have games on average end right there, I think that's great. That way you allow people to like use cooldowns and shit multiple times. It's not too slow. Obviously, that would just be the average. That's the ideal length. So you would still have games go longer, games would be shorter. Huh.
Blink, you could ever be stunned, multiple ice blocks. It's very strong.
Having some of the best defensive cooldowns in the game. Until this point, the extra charge of Ice Block and Barrier have elevated Frost above Fire and Arcane, but that could be changing. That's because both of these specs will be getting 2 charges of Barrier, and for Fire, this is a massive quality of life improvement. While the spec had crazy burst damage for most of the season, staying alive was a big issue, especially into all of those hunters. But now with the rework to improved barriers, Fire has basically doubled its defensive kit overnight. As for Arcane...
I said gross, disgusting. Yeah, so all the mage specs are getting 2 barriers now. But there is a caveat. Mass Invis is getting nerfed. So Mass Invis is now a 2-minute cooldown, up from 1, which is a big change. It's a big change.
Improved barriers, Fire has basically...
Guys, once again, just saying, every 2 subs, we will open a pack of Pokemon cards. Right now, we're at 9, which means the next sub, we'll open another one.
Basically doubled its defensive kit overnight. As for Arcane, Prismatic Barrier will also have 2 charges.
Hey, it's me!
Hey, it's
Let's
Ben.
go!
things get tricky, since Overpower Barrier will now grant Bloodlust for Arcane instead of Invisibility. What this means is that survivability should be getting a slight buff from shields, but nowhere
Hey,
near
this looks like my report card, dude. That's awesome.
the benefit that Fire is getting from Double Barrier. With that said, Arcane is getting a separate defensive buff from a new talent called Refractive Images, which staggers damage taken, similar to an Evoker's Time Dilation.
What is this? Dude, they're adding thank God we watched this video instead of reading the notes ourselves. Holy shit. I mean, I'm always down to read notes, but like, this is good. Show me the important shit. 10% of damage you would take is instead dealt over 8 seconds. Casting mirror images increases this effect to 30. Wait, so is this just a flat passive?
Called Refract from Double Barrier. With that said, Arcane is getting a separate defensive buff from a new talent called Refractive Images, which staggers damage taken, similar to an Evoker.
Wait, so is this just a static debuff that they're gonna have, like a what's that shit that monks have? Your stagger. Is this like monk stagger, like Brewmaster?
Evoker's Time Dilation.
It just says 10% of damage you would take, so that's passive. Okay, so yeah, so you get a flat 10% over 8 seconds. It's just a full-on passive, and then your mirror images make it stronger. Okay. That's kind of... I mean, I hope mages aren't fucking unkillable, but I would say if you're an arcane mage, that's actually a cool thing that mirror images are good again, because mirror images have been dog shit for a bit. So if you're an arcane mage, mirror images making this like an actual defensive is pretty cool.
With the effect getting increased during mirror images. In other words, Arcane will have better passive survivability and will now have an incentive to spec mirror images once more.
I'm excited about that.
There we go.
So specifically for Arcane
Ben
Mage,
likes
mirror
that.
images is actually going to be a damage reduction. Kind of. It's going to work like time dilation.
Okay.
Where it's... The damage still happens.
Yeah, Dev has that on their... Dev DH has that, and then Dragons have that too, right? Like Evokers have that when they deep breath. They get like their own time dilation thing. Okay.
But it's slowly over time. So it gives you a little bit of a buffer to react to one-shots and stuff, which is nice.
Okay.
That said, if you guys weren't listening, Arcane Mage is losing their overpowered barrier that puts you invisible, which is like one of the best things about Arcane. And in fact, I am pretty certain if that, like the blink invis thing didn't exist in this current season, Arcane Mage would be completely unplayable. It's the only good thing about Arcane. So that getting nerfed,
Okay.
it's a big nerf, but I think it'll be fine. I
Okay.
think it'll be fine. The mirror image change is good. We'll have double prismatic barrier.
I trust you, Ben. I trust
think
you.
Arcane's going to be sick. And in fact, I think on the PTR right now, Arcane damage is really overpowered. It's almost certainly going to be nerfed.
The winning doesn't stop there, however, as Arcane is
Prismatic Bolt. Devastate the target with overwhelming energy, dealing 200,000 arcane damage to them and 137 to other nearby enemies.
getting a brand new set of Apex talents, which center around a new spell called
Oh, they're getting new Apex talents? What the hell?
Prismatic Bolt, which is basically their version of Chaos Bolt or Collapsing Star, dealing massive burst damage. Altogether, every mage spec seems promising, despite the fact that it's one class that will be getting hit the hardest by the DR changes. Mages are typically good adapting to any
Get
meta, both
fucked.
fast and slow, so if the numbers are right, this could be one of the best classes to main in Season 2.
3,200% spell power is insane. Is that what it was? What the modifier is? Oh my god, bro. So, dude, so lining up your fucking Prismatic Bolt with your proc trinket is going to be disgusting. Wow. That's going to be a massive... The proc trinket is going to make this insane then. Or like, dude, okay, so if you line up like... You line up your proc trinket with your, like, if you have your Arcano Weave lining too. Yeah, it's a long-ass cast, though. It's a super long cast. Well, you have a fuck ton of haste on Mage, too. So this is the base cast. But on Mage, don't you have, like, 40% haste or something? Kavish hits on for 280k. You know what's funny? That doesn't even seem like much. I mean, it's a lot. Don't get me wrong, but, like... I think we're supposed to have like 1.1 million health or something, right? So that hits hard as fuck, but it's like a normal hard hitting spell. Like how monks can Rising Sun kick your face off. Because aren't we supposed to have a lot of health? Yeah, they get lust with their thing too. I mean, that's still going to hit hard though, because if you get the Prismatic Bolt and then you fucking launch a blast or a barrage at somebody, you can like 50 0 them, 40 0 them. Okay.
Called Prismatic Bolt, which is basically their version of Chaos Bolt or Collapsing Star, dealing massive burst damage. Altogether, every mage spec seems promising, despite the fact that it's one class that will be getting hit the hardest by the DR changes. Mages are typically good adapting to any meta, both fast and slow, so if the numbers are right, this could be one of the best classes to main in Season 2.
Let's go.
Moving on, let's take a look at what to...
Mage could be... Did we agree with that? Mage could be one of the best classes to main in Season 2? That seems about right.
Expect from monks, starting with Mistweaver. Monks were a fairly solid healer throughout most of the season, having an absolutely dominant performance early on. And in case you've been out of the loop, monks mostly played two different builds this season. Up until some nerfs a few weeks ago, the Fistweaver spec was quite popular, thanks to having a bunch of healing output with Spinning Crane
Poor unholy kid is getting cleaved up.
kick and a steady stream of damage. However, the more ubiquitous hybrid build was even more popular, with Rushing Wind Kick carrying the healing load and allowing monks to cosplay as both a healer and a melee DPS. Now, you might be thinking, what the hell happened to Caster Monk? Well, apparently, Blizzard has been asking the same question, because Mistweaver is getting a brand...
What the fuck? Vital expenditure. Dude, we gotta log on our monk after this. Soothing Mist healing is increased by 300%. But the mana cost increased by 200.
And new talent called Vital Expenditure, which massively...
Okay, so Soothing Mist healing increased by 300%, but its mana cost is increased. Renewing Mist and Enveloping Mist cause a gust
starts in
of healing,
PvP already?
instantly healing the primary target. Oh, they're buffing Mastery again, too, which is really nice. So Caster Monk might be a thing again, which I'm excited about because Caster Monk was always my favorite.
Increases the healing output of Soothing Mist. This is also coming with a pretty massive buff to Mastery. Does that mean Mistweaver will abandon hybrid and fist weaving altogether? Well, it's too early to say, but at least that possibility is now on the table. As for Windwalker, this is yet another spec where most tuning was aimed at nerf.
You know an ability does no damage when you see this. Tiger Palm damage increased by 200%. Yeah, you just know Tiger Palm doesn't do shit, bro. 200% buff. 200% buff, dude. Okay.
Burst in favor of sustained pressure. A few Zenith modifiers were hit with buffs to Blackout Kick and Tiger Palm to compensate. Now, obviously, Windwalker Burst was pretty ridiculous in Season 1. Just ask any healer. The biggest wildcard for this spec will be mobility and uptime, which have historically been its biggest limiting factors. With baseline nerfs to virtually every snare in the game, it's hard to know exactly how this will affect melee uptime, but chances are monks will be able to stick onto targets slightly better. Now let's shift our attention to Paladin, starting with upcoming changes to Ret.
Let's do it.
Most of the tuning here includes baseline damage increases to core rotational spells like Judgment, Blade...
Yep, same thing they're trying to do with this patch. Guys, like I said, 12.1, I know it's going to sound like cope. I know everyone, sometimes me, always says that the game's going to be better when a new patch comes out. They're making massive changes to the game. I shouldn't say they're making. They already have. 12.1, they've made massive changes. We nerfed cooldowns across the board. We buffed rotational spells. We buffed HP a bunch. We nerfed CC. We nerfed diminishing returns. That's a 20-second diminishing return now instead of 16. We nerfed all the slows in the game. They've made massive fucking changes. So the game actually will be different. It already is noticeable. Like, I've played a bunch of shuffles already yesterday and today, and I actually feel like I can play the game that I pay a fucking sub for every month. It feels like when I'm playing shuffle, when I'm playing arena, I'm not getting hit with CCs what feels like every 2 fucking seconds, and I can't do anything. Like, I can actually play the game. So I will say from healer perspective already feels better. Is this going to stay the same? We'll see. We'll find out. But it already does feel better.
Justice and Final Verdict, with some off-healing increases sprinkled in.
The slow nerf is
Nice,
crazy,
let's
yeah.
go, buff Rets.
Super noticeable.
Might seem underwhelming, however, Ret was definitely one of the best melee at the end of Season 1. While damage output might have seemed funky,
The last thing we need. Poor Rets, man. They just can't catch a break, dude. Yeah, love Ret Paladins.
Keep healers happy? I agree. I mean, I think it sucks because I was so excited for this expansion with some of the pruning and like them changing the CC to be double DR instead of having 3. And it sucks that this ended up being probably one of my least favorite seasons, but at the end of the day, this is just what's going to happen when Blizzard is trying to change the game and experiment a little with changes, because sometimes it's going to fucking work out and sometimes it's not. That's just how it is, dude. Sometimes it's going to work out, sometimes it's not. I feel like they changed CC to 2 DRs from 3, and they changed the DR from 18 seconds to 16 with the idea that you're going to sit in less CC. And how did that work out? It was the opposite. It actually feels like I'm getting CC'd infinitely more this expansion than previous ones. At least the last like 2 or 3. So they tried. It didn't work out. Now we're going up in DR to 20. And it already feels better. Like, it really does feel better from the healer perspective. So if they can keep people happy, especially healers, I do think that the game will feel... will be a lot more fun for people.
Dude, I think, I don't know if Skill Cap will mention it here, but people have been telling me that Lay on Hands is, I have not confirmed this myself, but I have it on good authority that Lay on Hands is affected by dampening now and healing reductions. So Ret Paladins aren't going to be able to use Lay on Hands deep in dampening, allegedly, maybe. I don't know if that's a bug or it's an intended change, but yeah.
At times, the defensive power of this spec is what truly carried, and with more healing increases and a slower meta across the board, we could see Ret keeping its title as the unkillable tank in Arena. As for Holy, there is great news. Most changes in the 12.1 patch are simply just healing buffs. Obviously, not too exciting, but it's exactly what the doctor ordered. For
Campaign was
those of you
pretty fun,
out of the
IMO.
loop,
As a returning player, I give them credit. I mean, yeah, Let me rephrase and kind of expand on what I was saying super quick. Midnight has been a blast for me. I did a bunch of Mythic Plus. I did a little bit of the raid. I did my fucking campaigns. I did my delves. I did my praise. I played Arena. I played Blitz. I have actually had a ton of fun playing Midnight as a whole. The PvP, this is probably one of my least favorite seasons. But Midnight as a whole, I have had a blast. I'll say that. Similar, kind of touching on what you're saying. I've actually had a blast playing the expansion. This season, however, was rough PvP-wise. But the expansion so far has, I've just enjoyed playing.
FPS was the big
Did they change the way to get blood tokens? Bloody tokens you get from... just doing the world quest, I think.
biggest issue for Holy
And killing
Paladins
players.
in Season 1.
Because the
Sure,
gear
they had
sucks
a Swiss
now.
Army knife of cooldowns, but keeping people alive outside of CDs was a massive struggle. If the numbers are right, Season 2 could be the redemption arc for Holy Paladin, especially with the nerfs to CC.
Hold on, what did they do?
Simply tank in Arena. As for Holy, there is great news. Most changes in the 12.1
Yeah, Holy Pally is disgusting right now. They actually are so OP that they got a 15% nerf, and then they're still OP. Let's see.
patch are simply just healing buffs. Obviously, not too exciting, but it's exactly what the doctor ordered. For those of you out of the loop, HPS was the biggest issue for Holy Paladins in Season 1. Sure, they had a Swiss Army knife of cooldowns, but keeping people alive outside of CDs was a massive struggle. If the numbers are right,
Yeah, Pally... I hate when logic is just... I hate when you're controlled by logic. Don't you guys hate that? I fucking... Ugh. I hate Holy Paladins. I am so goddamn sick of Holy Paladins. I have been fighting this dumbass healer for what feels like 50 years. Because they have been A tier or higher since, the middle of BFA. I'm so sick of Holy Pally. However, I'm a reasonable and objective person. And yes, Holy Pally healing actually felt like shit. Holy Pally healing felt like shit last season. It wasn't bad as a healer. Pally was still pretty good as a healer. But your actual HPS was just I don't know how to explain it. Pally was the only... I think out of all the healing specs, if you include literally all 7. So you have Disc Priest, Holy Priest, Resident Druid, Mistweaver, Shaman, Evoker, Pally. Out of all the healing specs, Pally is the only one of the 7 where it really did feel like your spells didn't move their health. Like, there would be times on Pally where you're spamming Holy Shock and Flash of Light on somebody, and their health actually doesn't move. It doesn't go up. It doesn't go down. It just stays the same. Very, very, very bizarre. It was the only healer outside of your cooldowns, right? Like impressing wings or casting a Holy Light. Holy Light actually did a lot of healing. But outside of that, it was the only one where it felt like you don't actually move health bars when you're just doing your rotation. Unless you casted a Holy Light. Yeah, it feels like you're buying time exactly. Same thing that Shaman felt last season when you press Riptide on people, where it just doesn't do anything. That's how Pally felt. Yeah, Divine Toll also sucks. Divine Toll used to be this major cooldown in Shadowlands, and then ever since then, it just keeps getting nerfed. And then in this expansion, Divine Toll's like that as well, where you just you press Divine Toll and their health bar literally doesn't move. Well, no, Pally Mastery doesn't matter because of Beacon, because you have a talent. You have a talent that makes it so the Beacon target, your mastery is based off them or the Pally. So you basically always get, like, you're always getting max healing because of the Beacon talent. It just... Pally, for whatever reason, the numbers on your spells just suck. Like, they just... All the numbers are super low. So, obviously there's times where, like, maybe you're getting a good amount of Flash of Light procs, and the healing feels fine. But I would say for the most part, playing a Pally, it doesn't... Like, you would press healing spells, and your teammate's health would literally go up 2%. Like, 2%... You press a Flash of Light, 4%, 2%, 2%. That's how Pally feels. But it's a lot better now already. I've queued into a couple Pallies already from yesterday, and their healing seems insane.
Right, Season 2 could be...
And that's with the nerf, too. They got a 15% nerf.
The redemption arc for Holy Paladin, especially with the nerfs to CC. Out of all the classes,
So I think Pally's going to be really good
Paladin
this
is
season.
not only the most vulnerable to CC, but the one least affected by an increased DR timer. Moving on, let's take a look at what's happening to priests, starting with Disc.
Also, yeah, the DR change, by the way, the DR change is massive for a class like Pally, because they are a healer that is more susceptible to CC. They're a healer that is more susceptible to CC. So the fact that the DR is 20 seconds now is a massive buff for Pally. Compared to the rest of the healers, massive buff for Pally.
Here, we have some very interesting changes. For one,
Oh my god, prop Paladin. This guy's playing against a prop Pally right now. Disgusting.
Shadowman now passively replaces Flash Shield when spec and is no longer a proc.
Sorry for all the pausing. I'm so excited about that. I forgot they changed that with Disc.
Shadowman now...
They actually made Shadowmen just a passive now. I forgot about that. We're going to have to play Disc later, and hopefully we can get a game. I don't know if we'll be able to, but we'll try. That's actually really nice. I liked having Shadowmen as just a passive when it was... when that was the case in, like, Legion or whatever. Nice. Okay, I forgot about that change too. And then they changed they changed Void Shield, I think, too. Like, now I think you get Void Shields from procs, but you also can activate it with Mind Blast, I think, too. So I think Disc is probably going to feel better too.
Passively replaces Flash Shield when spec'd and is no longer a proc. Along with
Guys,
this,
by the
there's a-
way, another pause, sorry. By the way, after this video, we're going to do a super quick tier list, if you will, of the best healers that I think you'll be able to play in Season 2. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to watch this video, And then we'll do like a recommendation tier list on like the strongest healers for this season. We'll do one of those.
Brand new talent.
Wait, what was that?
Flash. Here we have some very interesting changes. For one, Shadow Man now
Yeah, Mind Blast
passively
guarantees it,
replaces
yep.
Flash Shield when spec'd and is no longer a proc.
Okay, that's cool.
Along with this, there is a brand new talent that makes Shadow Men heal for 40% more and apply atonement, but at the cost of a longer cast time. But if all this
Ooh.
wasn't enough, Void Shield now automatically procs from Mind Blast instead of being a passive
I like the
RNG
Void
proc
Shield change
tied
a
into
lot,
penance.
personally.
Together, all this is a massive
Having to wait for
buff,
procs sucks.
since Disc now has a reliable second spell school to recover with. The patch also
I didn't mean to pause there. Sorry.
You said double school is big for disc.
Yeah, it's still procs. It's just lower chance, and then you can activate yourself, which is nice.
I'm not sure. I think that's a buff. Is it? There's something weird that happens on disc
No,
right
they
now.
did.
where,
They
like,
did. They said it.
Sure.
spell school to recover.
Right here.
All this procs at the cost of a longer cast time. But if all this wasn't enough, Void Shield now automatically procs from Mind Blast instead
Wait,
of
did they not actually?
being a passive RNG proc tied into Penance. Together, all this is
Oh, yeah,
a
they did
massive
mention that.
buff, since
Come
Disc
on,
now
man.
has a reliable second spell school to recover.
What's wrong with these
The
guys?
patch also
Yeah.
You said double school is big for disc.
Typer, what up, dude?
I'm not sure. I think that's a buff.
Yeah, I think so. What people
Is it?
started doing, on Disc last season is they started stacking a lot of haste and mastery and going lower verse. And I feel like because of the Shadow Man talent that makes it a longer cast, and because of having double schools and probably having to cast Mind Blast more, that setup with your stats might be really good for Disc Priest this season too. So you can play like 20% haste and then the rest mastery and verse. And then I feel like that will be really good with Disc this season. Just having a lot of haste. Yep, stack 2 shields. Yeah, probably. Wait, oh, Void Shield can stack twice, can it? You can stack 2 Void Shields? Really? That's new. Okay, so that's 1. Oh, wow, yeah, you can stack 2 Void Shields. Dude, so Disc, as many of you may know, Disc was probably my favorite healer last season. I liked Holy Priest a lot. I only started playing Holy Priest more because Disc was kind of boring to queue into, like Rest Druids and shit, but Disc was my favorite healer from the beta of Midnight and then Midnight in general. And I feel like that's a fucking massive change, right? Because what was really awkward about Disc Priest sometimes is sometimes if you had a Void Shield proc, it was more important to get the Penance Global. The problem with that is if you already have a Void Shield proc and then you Penance, you're basically wasting your chance to get another Void Shield. But now it just stacks to 2. That's actually sick. Huh. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty massive change. That's a massive change.
There's something weird that happens on disc right now where, like, if you Mind Blast and you get kicked and you're
can't
locked
death or
on
fade.
Shadow, but then you Penance and your Penance converts into a Void Shield.
Yep.
You can use Void Shield even though you're kicked on Shadow.
Yeah, that works with... There are a lot of spells that have that interaction. Spells that have CDR, which I don't know if this is a bug or not, or if this is just how the mechanic is and they don't know how to change it, or if it's intended, whatever. But spells that have CDR or cooldown limitations are... They basically, like, ignore the lockout. So what Ven just said, if you're casting and you get kicked on Shadow, but then your Penance turns into Void Shield, you can just cast Void Shield anyways. If you already have Void Shield available, however, that's the thing. That's why, like, maybe it's just a bug. They don't know how to fix it. If you already have Void Shield available and you get kicked on Shadow, then you can't press it. But if you cast and then you get kicked on Shadow and then you proc a Void Shield, then you can press Void Shield anyways. This works the same as Holy Priest. Holy Priest has it so where if you yeah, Shadowman proc was like that as well. Holy Priest has that too, where if you have your Chastise buff, your Empyrean Blaze or whatever, like your Chastise or your Holy Fire buff that you get from Chastise that makes it instant. If you get kicked on Holy as a Holy Priest and you have that buff up, you can still spam Holy Fires. Which is very weird as well, but you can do that too. So basically anything that has like any sort of CDR attached to it will kind of ignore your lockout. I'm pretty sure this also works with Mistweaver too, where if you're on a Mistweaver monk and you get locked out and then you proc a rushing wind kick reset with your blackout kick, I'm pretty sure you can also cast it again. Even though you're locked out on nature, it'll let you cast it. So it's anything that involves like CDR or like resetting your cooldown that happens. What talents do you need to take the new talent buffing? I have no idea. I haven't looked at Dispriest talent yet. I'm going to look at that in a second.
I feel like you get more Void Shield procs right now than you'll be able to get with Mind Blast. So I'm not convinced that this.
No, you can't rushing wind kick while locked out. It's a nature spell. It's a nature spell. You can do it while you're silenced though. You can do it while you're silenced. Like getting CS'd against mages or locks was still really shit. Like getting kicked was still really shit. But you can use it while silenced, yeah. That's why it's so OP against DK. Dude, think about Monk versus DK. What a fucking disgusting matchup against DK, but specifically Unholy. When you fight Unholy DK, not only can you reverse their silence because you have... not only are you kicking their face off for massive healing, but you can reverse their silence because of wall. Because reverse magic is tied into your Fort Brew. So into DK, you're kicking their face off with all the pets and doing massive healing and damage. And then on top of that, you can reverse their silence. And then on top of that, you can kick while you're silenced. That seems pretty fair.
Will make Disc feel better.
That seems pretty fair, bro.
Also includes multiple miscellaneous healing.
We push Glad with BMDK. Oh yeah, that's
so, yeah,
before the
really
spin nerf. Fuck that.
Spec. Now, when it comes to Holy, this is a spec which has seemed to struggle a bit so far in Mint.
But maybe it will feel
Wait,
good.
what are they doing to
Holy? This Void Weaver damage. So yeah, things are looking really good for this spec. Now, when it comes to Holy, this is a spec which has seemed to struggle a bit so far in Mint.
But maybe it will feel good. Maybe it will feel really good.
I think this is going to be super fun.
It's certainly not a terrible healer, but definitely not great. For better or worse, most...
I think...
Disc Priest 2, by the way, obviously on Priest you have Fade and Death, but I feel like Priest is another one of those healers that gets abused by CC. So the fact that the DR chain... Well, I mean, every healer gets abused by CC, but I feel like Disc Priest specifically is another healer that gets abused a little bit by spammable CC. So the fact that the DR is 20 seconds, I think is also really good for Disc. So not only that, but like you get 20-second DR and you have double school, and then the game hopefully should be a little slower. I feel like Disc is going to be really fun.
In high threes, if Oracle mana is good, it'll be a big buff. But in
this is for season 1
ranking.
ranking.
Might actually be in. You know what I think it might be a nerf to? I think it might be a nerf to Void Weaver. Because now when you fight
some
a Void
matchups
Weaver,
where I feel like
all
they
you care about is kicking Mind
fades.
Blast.
Yeah.
Like as someone who played a lot of Void,
playing Disc Priest versus a Druid or a Evoker. Playing Disc Priest versus Druid or Evoker legitimately made me want to Rage Whisper people. Like, I don't whisper anybody. Dude, I don't know what it is about playing. Dude, when you play against a Druid or a Dragon as a fucking Disc Priest, you actually get fueled with this rage where even if they could be the nicest fucking person ever, I just want to tell them how much I hate them. It's so frustrating. But I think this patch it'll definitely be better.
you actually kind of rely on your penance converting to Void Shield to easily put Atonement on everybody. You know, that's like your maintenance way of putting up your Atonement. So now it's like, it's going to feel a lot more annoying. He said, I think it can still proc. Oh, it can still proc? It's just a lower percent? Okay, well, that's good.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Dopamine X. They have given 52.
Thank you, Amber. I appreciate that.
So the tuning 12.1 is PvE focused. A great example of this is the fact that Divine Hymn now grants Guardian Spirit.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They didn't talk about that in the changes. Oh, my God. Yeah, Penance doesn't apply Atonement, which I don't like that they changed that. But at the same time, Penance doesn't apply Atonement, but at the same time, I feel like you're not going to have... I feel like you're not going to have issues with uptime, right? Because you have Shield, Radiance, Shadow Mend. Maybe that's not that bad. I definitely... I will say I got pretty used to having Atonement proc from your Penance. So not having that is it's gonna take another adjustment. But maybe it won't be that bad.
Automatically focused. A great example of this is the fact that Divine Hymn now grants Guardian Spirit automatically to the priest themselves.
All right.
Okay, well, this is fucking useless. This doesn't do anything.
Sounds good until you realize that 90% of the time you're channeling this spell in angel form, which makes you completely immune to healing. On the bright side, though, there was a rework to the third Apex talent.
Yo, I said...
Dude, are you gonna... Dude, maybe the strat is to fucking play Aura Mastery and then stand on top of somebody and cast Divine Hymn when you're at 1%. Like, you're gonna play the Aura and then you're just gonna cast Hymn. Look at the OP.
Good until you realize that 90% of the time you're channeling this spell in angel form, which makes you completely immune to healing. On the bright side, though, there was a rework to the third Apex talent.
Yo, I said,
Serenity will
thank you for the sub, man.
upgrade Flash Heal into Benediction rather than being tied to Apotheosis.
Ooh.
And while the patch does include a few healing buffs and even some reduced mana costs, we doubt they will be enough to make Holy ultra competitive again. As for Shadow, this is another spec which hasn't been too successful.
Yeah, Holy, I feel like Holy kind of got the shit end of the stick with changes, right? Like, Disc got some pretty cool changes. Shaman got some nice buffs. Druid got some crazy shit. Pally got some crazy shit. Evoker didn't really get much either, right? Like, they buffed Dream Breath or something. Monk got some cool changes. Holy Priest just kind of got nothing.
So far in Midnight. The loss of Psychic Horror combined with the early dominance of melee
Ryan.
weak burst damage made it really hard for this spec to succeed. With that said, Shadow will be getting slightly better burst as Void Volley will now have 3 charges after pressing Void Form. Shadow will also have more burst.
Void Form increases your spell damage by an additional 5% and grants 2 additional uses of Void Volley. Oh, okay. I mean, Void Volley does a lot of damn. So now you get an extra 5% spell dam, and then you also get 2 uses of Void Volley, which is good for your single target. Is Shadow Priest going to do a lot of single target now? Or, like, more?
As Void Volley will now have 3 charges after pressing Void Form. Shadow will also have more passive haste thanks to a rework of Ancient Madness, giving them a stacking buff every time they press DP. Along with a great seasonal tier set and a slower meta, this could be a great time to be a Shadow Priest. But how is Rogue looking in Season 2? Let's find out. Luckily for all you sub-Rogue fans out there, you have a new toy to play with.
Wait, what?
Just
I kind of missed that.
Void Form.
Okay, let's see. What was this? Oh, Void Volley. Crushing Void. What's my Void Form bind? I can Void Volley 3 times? Wait, why do I do it 5 times? What the fuck? Why am I spamming Void Volley? Can you already do it twice? Oh yeah, during Void Form, Void Volley replaces this spell and can be used up to 5 times. Oh, but you need Ire. Okay, let's play this. What can we even do between patches? Level characters, test stuff. Okay, so you need this and you get 25% more. Okay, let's keep going.
Shadow will also have more passive haste thanks to a rework of Ancient Madness.
I feel like if you play Shadow Priest, this is going to be a much better season for you. I hope Shadow Priest flows a little bit better, although I do know after seeing the initial changes to what they're doing to Void Volley, there's been like nerfs, like pretty consistent nerfs on that Void Volley build, so I don't know.
Oh, they've already nerfed it? Damn.
Yo, 2Change, thank you for the prime, bro.
Giving them a stacking buff every time they press DP. Along with a great seasonal tier set and a slower meta, this could be a great time.
I'm prepping getting CM on Mop. I'm prepping getting challenge mode on Mop since Party Waffles is convinced that it'll transfer to retail. That shit's not transferring to retail, bro. That's a classic server. That should stand on classic. That should stand on classic, bro.
Time to be a Shadow Priest. But how is Rogue looking in season 2? Let's find out. Luckily for all you sub-Rogue fans out there.
Otherwise, I would immediately log on and get my fucking Mop challenge mode set for Shaman because that's one of the coolest Shaman sets in the game. He said he has insider info. I don't know about that, bro.
Out there, you have a new toy to play with. Gormaw's Bite got a very big rework and now deals more upfront damage while leaving a nasty bleed on the target.
I mean, shit, hopefully he tells me so I can log on and get my challenge
However,
mode then.
it previously required budgeting multiple talents just to make it work. This time, Blizzard said, screw it. Not only buffing its damage considerably, but also making it easier to play. Now, obviously, the main concern any rogue should have, but especially sub, are the DR changes.
I think an extra button on sub will feel
www. Fuck you, rogue players, and fuck you, mage players. Yes. Oh my god, dude. I need to go get a shake. I'll be right back. I need to pee. I'm gonna get a protein shake, and then we're gonna finish this video. I'm so happy that they just changed CCDR. Like, you have no idea. Guys, I'm telling you, I know it's gonna sound like I'm fucking coped up, maximum hopium. I'm just trying to save the game because it's my job. All of that may be true. Please subscribe. But the game does feel better. It already feels better. I know it's preseason. I know things are gonna change. I can tell you with certainty as a healer, it already feels better. Without a doubt in my mind, it already feels better because when I play the fucking game, I can actually play. I'm not getting hit with CC nonstop. I can actually play the game. Feels better. Be right back. It already feels so much better. All right, baby. For healers, I mean, I think it feels better for DPS too. In general, you're just getting CC'd less. Just less. There's just less CC hitting your character, which is nice.
Oh, very good.
With an extra 4 seconds on stun DRs, Sub will have less control moving forward. As for Assassin,
Not worried about the game's length. The game length with all the changes. I mean, that's definitely a concern, but I do think that there is a chance that Blizzard addresses dampening in threes, because that is a topic that has been brought up for a little bit now, but especially more recently. People are coming in all the time and asking the last few days about like dampening in threes and how that's going to work. So we'll have to see. Yeah, shuffle right now on preseason is definitely like noticeably slower. I've had some fast shuffles though. I have had some fast shuffles, and that's why it's hard to tell, right? Because, good example, on the beta, I had so many fucking shuffles that were just fucking 80% every single time. But at the same time, I would also get shuffles where, like, I had, you know, unfortunately, this might make some people sad, where I would play with, like, you know, better players, and the game, like, ironically enough, the better players, the shuffles would be 90 seconds. So worse players, you have 80% damp and shuffle on the beta. And then the better players, like, we would have 1 minute shuffles. People are just instantly dying. So it's... I don't know how it's going to be. Because we're also in preseason. We don't have any gear yet. Like, we don't have the honor gear yet. So we're not higher in eye level. And then we don't have tier sets. Like, it's definitely going to be slower. I just don't know about how much.
Nation, we don't expect
Harry,
gameplay
what
to
up?
change by much. Most of their 12.1 tuning is once again aimed at shifting damage away from burst. Asa is getting a brand new Envenom talent. However, recent builds that center around this ability usually aren't great in PvP, and Kingsbane will still be their main win condition. Finally, Outlaw is more or less the same story, once again seeing mostly damage tuning, which includes a pretty big 60% buff to Killing Spree. Again, we don't expect any changes to overall playstyle.
Still in the new zone? Hell yeah.
Outlaw will continue to be a tanky brawler melee, which gets most of its attention in competitive play. Moving on, let's take a look at Shaman, starting with
Wow.
Resto.
Okay, so Rogue seems kind of similar. Last night, Cowish was doing twos, hitting 80 to 90% damp every game, no one dying. Yeah, 2v2 might honestly be horrible again, which sucks. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to give 2v2 another shot. I tried it this expansion. I fucking hated it. I normally love playing twos. Anyone that's watched, especially back in like the BFA and the Shadowlands days, like I love playing twos. I've always loved playing twos. It's super fun to play in... It's super fun to just make a random, like, make a build on a healer and go all damn or something. Or, like, I'll make a Fury Warrior and I'll play a lot of twos. I think twos in this expansion are the worst they've ever been. Like, they're horrible. I fucking hated twos last season. I hate it. So, I'm going to try it again. I'm going to try it again this season. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be pretty shit still, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try again. I was reminiscing Shadowlands 2s earlier today. I had a lot of fun in Shadowlands with 2s. I had so much fun actually. Like I played Nightface Shaman. That was a lot of fun, guys. Look at what I was doing to people in 2s, bro. Now obviously this shit was like pretty fucking OP in 2v2 specifically, but dude. Look at this shit. Dude. Look how chubby my face was, bro. Jesus Christ. I don't want to know. Look at me shit on this guy here, dude. He fucking smoke bombs himself to re-stealth. And then we actually clap him. Dude. Holy fuck. No. Bro, 2's is so fun sometimes, man. Oh shit, we got the shot counter up in this video too. Dude, sometimes 2's is so fun. Look at me global this guy. We root him out of stealth. We root him on the vanish. I don't want to know. We cap stun. and then just fucking global them, dude. Oh my god. What does twos need to be peak again? I don't know. That's a good question, guys. Right now, now is your shot, guys. Now is your chance. Why do you think 2v2 sucks? Why do we think 2v2 sucks? Now's your chance to voice your opinion. What do you think it is? Stop what you're doing. If you're making food, stop. What does 2v2 need to not suck? I personally think two things. I think maybe dampening can ramp up faster in twos, because I feel like twos, even though you start at high dampening, the ramp is regular, so it's slow as fuck. Number one. Number two, I think the balance has been pretty shit this season, or this expansion, as far as like the difference between S and A tier classes. And I don't even think there's B tier. I think it's S and A, and then C and D. But I think this season will be different. I think this season, because of the changes to slows, the change to DR, and slowing the game down and kind of nerfing cooldowns, I think this season is a little different as far as the balance goes. It'll hopefully be a little better. And then if we're being honest, like, bro, 2v2 not having any rewards is fucking horrible. Like, I think it's so bad that you have a bracket in the game that doesn't have anything. Like, it doesn't have its own pet. It doesn't have its own mount. It doesn't have its own fucking tabard, title, nothing. RBGs has their reward. BG Blitz has their reward. 3 Shuffle. 2s has literally nothing. And I think that's terrible, personally. Too slow damp for real? Well, I'm saying dampening in 2s ramps really slow. Yeah, it ramps the normal speed. And I'm mainly talking about for this season, too. I'm not talking about last season. I'm talking about for this season, because we're slowing the game down. We're slowing the game down, but the dampening is staying the same. And people are already saying that, I guess Calvish played last night, and he's having literal 90% dampening games in 2s. But also, like I said, it's preseason. We don't have honor gear. We don't have tier sets. So it could be too early to tell, but yeah. That's what I'm saying. But I think there's a few issues. I think there's nothing really special about 2s anymore. Like before, it was the easiest and the best bracket to cap. And now that doesn't matter because you get so much conquest in general and it's really easy to cap. And then you also don't get any rewards. So I think that makes it really lame. Yeah, that's what I would say. Rewards, title, comp diversity, healer balance, and double DPS not viable. Yeah, double DPS just sucks in 2s. Why is that? Is that because of dampening? Is that because of dampening? Like, how do you fix that? I feel like the problem is healers are just broken as fuck, right? Like, you actually can't die as a healer. Yeah, there you go. Because healers are gods. Yeah, like healers are so OP, you can't win as double DPS. It's just not possible. Like, unless you're playing Rogue Mage, but even then, I don't think Rogue Mage in 2s is as good as it used to be at all. I don't think it's nearly as good as it used to be in 2s. And it was only Rogue Mage too. Like, you can't do other double DPS comps. Yeah, healers are super OP. I didn't even play last. I don't know what it is, but this one, but generally it's no rewards. High damp and low self-healing. Yeah. Yeah, no double DPS. Yeah, high damp is crazy. Or sorry, not high damp. No rewards is crazy, man. The fact that you just don't have any rewards in a bracket, I think is such a such a mistake. I think it's such a mistake. However, though, like I am someone that believes that we should have more rewards in general for PvP. But the fact that 2v2 doesn't have anything is just sad. I think you should. Don't think you can have it both ways. Nerf healers via mana running out. Yesterday you said it was not fun playing a healer when mana runs out. Well, I'm not talking about mana though. I think healers are OP because healing is insane. I don't think mana is why healers are OP right now. I think healers just do a bunch of healing. I think healing, like healers are capable of doing way too much healing right now, I think, is the problem. And then on top of that, you have some healers that have insane CC and DPS as well. I mean, instant cast saves now. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of cooldowns. Like how are you ever gonna? Makes it hard to balance in 2s. Healing is made towards 3s because the amount of CC you face, you have to heal every global. Well, maybe that'll change because of CC nerfs. Maybe that'll change because they're nerfing CC. 20-second DR. Maybe that'll change.
This spec is seeing major buffs to both Unleash Life, which has
So really not much going on for rogues, huh?
stronger healing modifier when used, and to Riptide, which is having its hot effect buffed by an astounding 100%. This will help synergize with a brand new talent called Swelling Tides, which will increase the duration of all active Riptides whenever Healing Stream is pressed. Will these healing buffs help solve all of Resto's problems? Probably not. However, with a slower meta, this could wind up being a good season for Resto.
I think Shaman's going to be better. I think Shaman will be better for sure. In 3s for sure. It's already good in Shuffle. I think it'll be better in 3s. But I really wish Farseer would be the main spec. I don't know if it will be. Healers should heal and not go but I guess we need a little Shallion's burst back. It sucks to not be able to heal up when you are free to heal. Burst fixes that. I mean, healers should heal, but I think sometimes you have too much healing. And I feel like a problem with the game for a long time is the fact that healing across the board, including self-healing, has just been too high. And then in order to combat that, right? Like, how do you combat healing being too high? You make everyone do fucking ridiculous burst. So I don't know. It's hard to, I think it's hard to find the sweet spot of making it so healers feel good compared to making them feel fucking broken, which like right now they're just like, healers are just broken across the board. Individually, and like I said, I think it's important to use, as troll as it may sound, to use duels as an example. Like, if you duel a healer, they are fucking immortal. And I don't mean like, oh, you can't kill a healer or you can't them. I mean, they're literally just full HP. Like, they're just full HP the whole time. Like, you can't touch them. And I think that's problematic. I think you should be able to get pressure on healers. Personally. But like I said, it's hard. It's hard to find the balance in that where like you can make healers too weak, and then now you're getting soloed by a DPS every single game, or you make them too broken, where none of it matters. I feel like it's just hard to find that balance. But maybe like Ron Paul said, because of CC, maybe because now there's going to be less CC, it'll be easier to balance that, which I think that's a fair point.
Until this point, one of his biggest problems has simply been running out of CDs and
the slower meta. I love it, dude. Every time we say it's going to be a slower meta, it's just someone just figures out a one shot. People are getting one shot. Everyone's getting one shot. Prismatic bolts hits for 1 million. Like, we got a nice slow meta. Everyone's dead instantly.
In order to counter big bursts. But if damage numbers are lower across the board, Shaman could be in a much better spot. Enhancement, on the other hand, is barely seeing any major changes outside of some damage tuning, which one.
Enhancement, healing surge buff,
Ron Paul was actually
buff,
non-Ron Paul
healing
this whole
stream
time.
buff.
It was actually Ron Paul this whole time.
I feel like they
Duels
already
in
heal
Classic?
so much.
once again includes nerfs to burst cooldowns and buffs
Oh, they're buffing enhanced healing?
to sustain damage and off healing. Enhancement ended season 1 as one of the burst cooldown.
So they're buffing enhanced sustain. Oh, okay.
And buffs to sustain
So I mean, they did this with all the classes though. Nerf CDs, buff sustain.
damage and off healing. Enhancement ended Season 1 as one of the best melee in Solo Shuffle thanks in part to its ridiculous burst damage. But now, with weaker burst and increased health pools, it could be slightly weaker than before. Finally, when it comes to Ellie, this is a spec that was pretty good throughout the end of Season 1.
Adjusted dragon?
Despite being less popular.
Yeah,
in
dragons
meta.
are disgusting.
Its passive synergy with other melee and
But the
fantastic
CC nerf hurts them a lot.
utility made it deceptively good in Solo Shuffle. 12.1 introduces a long list of changes, which once again center around shifting damage from cooldowns into sustained rotations. Many maps
Said, that's how I felt this season. I spent the last 4 months playing Frost. Then the final 3 days playing Fire RMG is the fastest meta and the fastest comp I've ever played. Yeah, I actually heard that in NA at least, a lot of people switched to playing Fire.
Fire
Just at the
sub
last
is
second, the last
disgusting
week,
as
a bunch
fuck.
of people just started playing Fire Mage, and it was really OP.
Fire sub with a monk is fucking disgusting because you have Monk Orb and Mystic Touch buffing your damage, and then Fire Mage just globals you. So you have the Rogue setup, the Rogue and the Mistweaver do the setup, the Mage presses Combust with Meteor into a target with Orb, and they instantly die.
Allegedly.
mastery modifiers, including Stormkeeper's Elemental Overload effect, have been nerfed, while Flame Shock has received a massive 60% buff. Now, unfortunately for all you Warlocks out there,
They need to remove Mistweaver's Spheres. I mean, I think Mistweaver Spheres are cool. The problem is they just made it so the uptime is permanent. You can add it with you apply Sphere with Kick now, and you apply it with Lightning, and there's no cooldown. Whereas before, like we said, there was a cooldown to it. So like before, it was a what? It was a 6-second CD. So you could dispel it, and then now you have what? If you dispelled it instantly, you have 6 seconds of not dealing with that. But this expansion, they literally just made it a permanent uptime ability. I think that's the problem, right? And on top of that, they also made it on top of that, for people who don't know, they changed it, this expansion. It used to be 3% damage reduction dealt to the monk. So if I put an orb on a feral, the feral did 3% less damage to me. This expansion, they changed it to be a flat 3%. So not only are you getting fucking mowed down because you have an orb on you, but you're doing 3% less damage too. So if you have an orb on you by a monk, you're taking infinite damage and then you're doing less damage. Just a little bit. It's 3%, but still, like, you're doing less damage and you're taking way more.
one single change will be quite impactful. Dark Pact will now be affected by dampening in 12.1.
This is a
As we mentioned
huge.
before on
This is a huge change. If you're a warlock, you're panicking right now.
Oh,
That-
Dark Pact. Oh my god. I don't think you have to do the quest chain. New patch has been fun so far. Yeah, where it did damage and it was a small CD. I don't know. I really like how Monk is right now. I feel like they gotta change it though. I feel like they need to. I don't know how. I think they either need to add a cooldown or they need to add like an ICD, where if you fucking put an orb on somebody, they can't have another orb for 5 seconds. That or like 8 seconds or something. That way you can actually dispel it. But the fact that Monk Orb is just permanent uptime is ridiculous, I think. I think that's what makes it, like, takes them over the top, you know? No, Dark Pact wasn't affected by dampening before. That's part of why locks were so broken in Shuffle. Because you can't fucking die. That's why I was trying to say, man, when people cry about Warlock and Shuffle, obviously getting attacked by melee is never going to be fun. But Warlock in Shuffle is one of the most unkillable classes because Dark Pact isn't affected by dampening or wasn't. So all you have to do, everyone thinks that, here's the thing. Everyone always tries to think that they can have fun in this game. That's not how it fucking works. If you're a Warlock, you don't get to have fun in Shuffle. You know what you get to do? Your ass gets to do your little port. Your ass needs to do your little Dark Pact, and then you port, and then you gate. And then you gate again, and then you port, and then you gate, and then you port, and then you gate, and then you port, and then you gate. That's all you need to do. You just need to do that for fucking 5 minutes, and then you'll win. You don't get to have fun. You don't get to stand there and cast fears or spam your damage. You don't get to do that. You get to ruin everyone else's fun, but you don't get to have fun. And that's Warlock's #1 mistake. You got to be more like Adam Chan. You got a Dark Pact at 100%, port, gate back, run across the map, port, run across the map, port. That's what you have to do. So locks were super tanky in Shuffle. And just in general. But now, yeah, like Ben said, like, you're fucked, I think.
Huge. This is a huge.
Pact will now be affected by dampening in 12.1.
This is a huge. This is a huge change.
That's
if
a
you're
crazy,
Warlock, you're
crazy
panicking
nerf
right now.
That's a crazy
That's
nerf.
a huge change. Huge.
In this channel, most of Warlock self-healing isn't reduced by healing reduction.
Do you know that every melee can reach you with whatever you use to kite? Well, that's not true. Warlock is so hard to attack for so many classes. If you soulburn port and run across the map, it's so hard to attack Lock. And you have double gateway. It's really hard to attack Lock. I think the problem that people have with Lock is, I mean, if we're being honest, people just don't understand how to use port correctly on Warlock, even at high ratings. Like, I get Warlocks that are rank 1 in Shuffle, and they port like they're 1400. Like, they port at 1%, or they port and then they stand there. So, like, when you play a Warlock, I'll just show an example. Like, sometimes you have to stand still, yes. Sometimes you have to stand still. I think the problem is everyone's very extreme with that, right? Like, sometimes they only know how to run, and sometimes they only just fucking AFK and then they die. But, like, if you're a Warlock, right? Why don't I have any talents, bro? Get port here. Nice. I fucking did the starter build, and it doesn't give you port. Why doesn't the starter build give you port, dude? What the fuck's going on? I guess it's starter ability. There we go. So if you're a lock, right? This is a mistake that people make. They have, like, let's say they have a gateway down, right? You got a gateway down, you have a port, right? What you need to do is you need to treat your port like you're tethered to it. Like, you're literally anchored to your port. So you can go anywhere within this area. Like, this area here, you can literally fucking run around and measure, like, the circumference of this area. That you can only stay there. It's your anchor. The problem that people have on Lock, even at high ratings, is they'll stand here, right? They'll put their port down, they'll run to the center, they'll take a bunch of damage, they'll pact, they'll take a bunch of damage, and then they do this. They port, and then they either stand still and they don't move, or they literally run back into the team. Which, by the way, like I said, I literally have people that have rank 1 titles in Shuffle that will port, and then they'll just run back into them. Like, they're getting attacked by a warrior, they just port, and then they run directly into them anyways. It's just horrible. Like, you need to be able to port, right? You're standing here, right? Port on the pillar. You're standing here. And then you, let's say, this is like what? This is like Tolvir. You port, and then you run back. Like, you run across the other way to make as much distance as possible. The problem that people have is they don't do that. They either stand still or they run back into them immediately. But you have to, like, you have to keep making distance. You have to make distance. So even if you're on the Grand, right? Like, if you're on the Grand and you put your port on the pillar, and let's say you don't have gateway yet, you're in the center of the map, you port back, you should literally just run to the starting room so that you're back in, like, your max range. And then you can port back and then run the opposite way. But the problem people have with port is they think that just because... I think the problem is they think that just because they port, that all the damage has been mitigated. So then they run back into them anyways. But you can't do that. You can't do that. Because like I said, is it... And where did someone said this? Someone just said this. Odin said this too. Like, obviously, you're gonna have to cast at some point. So it is hard. Like, it's really hard to understand when it's time to stand still and cast. Because you can't only run. Like, you can't be a warlock and only run away the whole time and never cast any spells. That's not gonna work. So you have to find the sweet spot, but at the end of the day, I think people just have a really hard time with knowing when to, like, knowing how to use their port. Because some people just straight up, dude, so many warlocks in my shovels. The season starts next week. We'll do this. They'll put their port down. They'll stand here. And then they even troll the fuck out of me too. They'll dark pact at 50%. And then they'll just stand here. And the whole time I'm like, bro, please port, please port, please port, please port, please, please, please. And then they'll get to 1%. And then they'll port. And it's like, bro, holy fuck. Just fucking port when you're at like 80%. And then it's fine. But instead, it's like 1% port, and then they gate across, and then they wall at 1%, and then they die. Then they gate across the map at 1%, they wall, and then they die. And it's like, all right, dude, fuck you. Just fuck you. Ugh. Yeah, they gotta line you on the ports, too. Happens all the time, bro. All the time, dude. I think out of all the classes in Shuffle, I've talked about this a little bit. The ones that grief the most by far are Rep Paladins, Warlocks, and Hunters. Rep Pallies, Warlocks, and Hunters are the biggest griefers in Shuffle by far. From my experience. Just my experience. Yours can be different. Those classes, complete griefers. Every Warlock gates at 1%, walls at 1%, dies. They Dark Pact at fucking 5 HP. They fucking don't know how to port. Hunters will press everything at 0%, and then they'll disengage away from you and run behind a pillar and die. Rep Paladins will fucking run in. Dude, the one thing that Rep Paladins do in Shuffle that makes me so mad, especially because I've had the pleasure of playing Rep Paladin myself and seeing how fucking easy it is, but also playing with good Rep Paladins, and playing with fucking the OGs like Vanguards. When Rep Paladins run in and they fucking press their wall, right? They're pressing their wall to trade, and then they press lay on hands, and then they just bubble in the first 30 seconds. I want to take their PC and I want to throw their PC away so that they're no longer able to play the game. It's so bad. Guys, it's so easy to just run away. All you have to do, I'm telling you, is just run away. If you wall, and then they get your lay on hands anyways, and you're running, it is what it is. But if you wall, and then you lay, and then you're still fucking meleeing them, and then you bubble, it's so bad. Just run away. All you have to do is run. You just gotta fucking run away, dude. Like, just kite some damage. But Rep Paladins grief too, because they do that. The Rep Pally is literally just standing in the center of the map, tanking all the damage in the world instead of lining, and they press everything in 5 seconds. Or they press nothing. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. Outside of a handful of Rets, it's one or the other. They either run in and they press wall, lay on hands, bubble, and then they die. Or they run in and they press wall and then they die instantly and don't press anything. It's always one or the other, dude. Like, it's a rough time. I don't spec into Sank. Oh yeah, I don't spec into Sank. Fuck that. I already proved that you don't need to spec into Sank on Rep Paladin. My Rep Paladin in Season 2 Dragonflight was my highest shuffle character. I didn't play Sank a single game. I don't give a fuck, dude. Didn't play Sank a single game. Highest rate character I had in shuffle. Doesn't matter. And Bev, think of the gifted sub to Axton. Axton, welcome back, dude. I did 3K red the other day to try to sank me out of a sleepwalk. Okay, well, at least he tried. At least he tried, dude.
For some reason, but now your 1 minute defensive definitely is. With that said, Blizzard is fixing a bug with Soul
We're at 10
Leech,
subs.
which
I gotta
will
open a
incorrectly
pack.
applied with multiple spells. Will this be enough to override the nerf to Dark Pact? Probably not. As far as each spec goes, Affliction is getting a few new talents, though one is quite mediocre for PvP. Hedonic Gorging increases the damage of Drain Life and Dark Harvest, which isn't that exciting outside of quicker Soul Shard generation. However, another new talent
you didn't think
called
of the Prime,
Impetuous
dude.
Wrath is looking quite promising, as it does enable more burst damage.
What is it?
A talent called Impetuous Wrath
Shadowbolt?
What is this? So you just get more damage when you have Haunt up? Yo, you didn't think of the sub, man.
And Malefic Grass, damage increased by 10% or 20% if
Remember the 4 Ret Pally shuffles? Dude, I never had a 4 Ret Pally shuffle. I didn't even know that you could have 4 of the same spec in a shuffle. But people have told me that. People have actually had those lobbies. I've only had 3 max. I've had triple Ret Pally. I've never had 4. That sounds horrendous, dude. I had it twice during the Red Apocalypse. Yeah, I never had that. Everyone said they had that in Season 1. They said in Season 1 Dragonflight they had a bunch of quad Ret Pally lobbies. I never had that. I only had 3 max. And same with Demon Hunters. Like, people have told me they've had quadruple Demon Hunter. I've never had that. The new thing to be mad about people wasting your DRs? Oh, what, for this season? Oh, yeah. I mean, dude. Oh, my God. You know what I just realized? Dude, if you are a class that has a spammable CC or a stun like Rogue, dude, imagine playing Shuffle when the DR is 20 seconds and somebody fucks up your DR with like 2 seconds left in this patch. Dude, I think rogues might actually start fucking rage whispering you. I think every rogue might start fucking just freaking out on you, dude. You guys might get death threats from rogues. Rogues and mages and locks, they might actually give you guys some death threats, dude. They might start breaking the social contract if you fuck up their DR, dude. They just might. They just might. Oh my God. Oh yeah, cap stun, dude. I already did that a couple times today. I'm not gonna lie. I've already done that a couple times today, where I've thrown a cap stun to try and stun a DPS, and then it stuns the other guy too, with like 6 seconds left on DR. So I've already fucked that up a couple times today. That's not good. That's not good. Oh my God, bro. I already know that I already know. Yeah, oh my God, that's a great point. I can see the future, bro. I can see the future. I already know that I'm going to be in a game. I'm going to be in a game with like a hunter or a mage. And I'm going to try to go for like a game-winning hex. Maybe the guy's at like 10% health. And I try to go for the DR hex with like 5 seconds left on DR to win the game. And then the guy's going to live. And then we're going to lose the round. And the mage is going to whisper me and tell me how fucking horrible I am. I just know it's going to happen. It's going to happen. At least once it'll happen for sure. Be a warrior in Shockwave Stormbolt at 19 seconds. You can single-handedly clear subs out of Shuffle. Yeah, you could.
the target is affected. That's pretty nice. Dark Harvest damage increased by 10% or 20. That's
Tauren new meta? Oh, wait, you're right. Bro, there are so many people playing fucking High Mountain Tauren now, too. Oh, my God, man. Dude. Oh, my God. One of you idiots is going to High Mountain Tauren somebody with 2 seconds left on DR and lose the fucking game. One of you fucking idiots is going to High Mountain Tauren stun the whole team with like 2 seconds left and just ruin the game, dude. Like, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen too. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's gonna happen, man. You're gonna be about to win the game. Your stun's coming up. You got 2 seconds left before you win the game. High Mountain Tauren fucks up everything. Everyone's on DR and you lose. Oh my God. Everyone's gonna play AoE Assassin, AoE Garrote you. Is it as OP though? What about AoE Garrote's back? Didn't we just watch it on Rogue? They said they didn't add much.
Asa is getting a brand new Envenom talent. However, recent builds that center around this ability usually aren't great in PvP, and Kingsbane will still be their main win condition. Finally, Outlaw is more or less the same
that's all they said in this video. Are they wrong? They just didn't mention it? Dude, Big Moran writes all of these. Is he a scumbag rogue mage player, dude? He's not fucking telling us all the information? Is he not telling us all the info? Where's Rogue? The fuck is this, bro? Bro, where are all the changes? Here we go. He's playing marksman this season? That's why, baby. That is why I put that D at the start. Asa can spread silence with Crimson Tempest? You have to be joking. What? Dude, where the fuck is it? Here we go, Rogue. Assassination. Banger. Can't understand. Is it this, right? Iron Wire? Garrote applied from stealth or during the improved Garrote window now sounds the target for 5 seconds. Wait, where do you see it? Where's the AoE part? I think it's nerfed in PvP. I think it's only 3 in PvP. Yeah, I don't see the... I just make a vid, I guess. I don't see it. All right. Where were we? We were on Shaman. Or no, we were on Lock.
In 12.1.
This is a huge change. If you're a warlock, you're panicking right now. That's a huge
USP. Hedonic Gorging increases the damage of Drain Life and Dark Harvest, which isn't that exciting outside of quicker Soul Shard generation. However, another new talent called Impetuous Wrath is looking quite promising.
Shadow Bolt and nice. Dark Harvest damage increased by 10% or 20. That's nice. 20% Shadow Bolt.
Just far shows the change you're talking about?
And Dark Harvest damage if there's a Haunt on the target. So Haunt is going to bang.
Is looking quite promising, as it does enable more burst damage. As for Destro, not much is changing outside of some minor damage tuning, including buffs to Wither and an overall damage increase. There's also a pretty substantial buff to Bonds of Fel, which is having its damage and radius increased.
Oh yeah, Bonds of Fel got mega buff, but that ability does nothing, right?
Something that is desperately needed, as this spell previously hit like a wet noodle. In any case, while Destro's spec...
I mean, how hard does that hit now? How hard does Bonds of Fel hit for now? Because didn't they buff it by like 100% or something?
Hasn't had an ultra successful Midnight Sun.
That spell used to be really OP because it prevented pillaring. If you pillared against Destro, which is funny because like that's how you live, right? They would Bonds of Fel and you just die. It used to do like 20%, 25% of your health. It was so OP. It's for 45k right now. Okay, well yeah, that's fucking terrible.
So far, it's still been fairly
So are they getting rid of the Devour? It's having 14 glimpses.
Reacting to a react. We are
competitive. More than anything else.
Yo, what's up with you? Yo, big man, we got a question. We were just speaking about you 2 minutes ago. Ron, what up, dude? What's up with you leaving out AoE Garrote? Actually, no, you get a pass because we looked at the notes and it wasn't there. But apparently rogues can AoE Garrote again.
else, Destro is just a victim of the Season 1 meta where Brawler, Melee, and pesky Demon Hunters reigned supreme. And
Yeah, Soulfire got a 45% damage buff, and it actually does. It's gonna do too much.
Oh, you actually made a video. Yes, I don't see it. I hate how I can hear myself. So you Garrote? Oh yeah, you can Crimson Tempest to AoE Garrote. What the fuck? Because you can see the buff on the other 2 frames. Wait, so they're actually bringing back AoE Garrote. Is that an easy talent to take, though? Is it hard to take? Is it hard to take? Or is it just part of the build? You already play it? Oh, okay. So does it work because you spread the rupture? Is that why? Because your Crimson spreads rupture. Or spreads Garrote. So you Garrote and then you Crimson Tempest and it spreads Garrote. Is that why? Oh, that's insane. Oh, so okay, that's actually pretty OP, but it's not as OP as before, so look at Ven's face. Yeah, that's a good screenshot. Thank you. Ven W.
Damage for sure.
speaking of demons, demonology is pretty much only getting nerfed, with a bunch of Diabolist abilities being reduced by 20%.
Damn, Demo's getting nerfed?
That's right, the worst hero spec on one of the worst casters has gotten, well, worse. Look, we know Demo is a contentious spec in the community.
That's not true. They buffed Shadow Bolt. They buffed Shadow Bolt and Demon Bolt by like 50%. So Shadow Bolt's going to bang.
And it's probably...
Demo is weird now. Demo pet damage is so terrible. Even though that's like the whole point of being the spec is to have pets do damn. But like now your pets are just kind of useless. Like they're just kind of cosmetic. All of your damage is tied into your shards, like your shard spending and your Demon Bolt. Which is really weird.
In need of a massive overhaul. It's slow, rampy damage combined with little...
Although I will say one thing about this build. One thing about Demo that I really don't like. So like if I could make any adjustments to Demo. You said you don't press Shadow Bolt in PvP much?
Demo got 55% buff.
It's hitting for like 50, 60k.
Yeah, they already buffed it recently too by 30.
But anyways, what I was going to say is... I think Demo needs to lose Imp Dispel.
Imp Dispel
There's like
super
certain
OP.
mechanics on classes that like they're inexcusably overpowered. So I think they really need to just get rid of that.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah. That's what I think. I think CC.
More changes are on the
All
horizon.
right, was that it?
Finally, let's take a look at Warriors.
Oh,
starting
here we
with
go.
Arms. Again, most tuning here is
No, I understand what you meant. I know what you meant. Yeah, you have to have the buff and then you have to apply it to them and then it spreads.
related
Which is like, yeah, it's annoying, but that's not nearly as OP as what it used to be. So doesn't seem too concerning.
strictly to damage, which means no brand new talents to toy around with. That being said, there are some hidden gems.
If you fade Hunter Sting, it doesn't silence you now? Really? They changed Chimeral Sting? Can you trinket too or no?
The biggest quality of life change is the fact that Demolish now has a 30-second cooldown, allowing it to perfectly line up with Colossus Smash.
What?
Any slow removal? Oh my god. Wait, it's any slow removal? What about trinketing though? So trinketing counts too. Oh my god, so you can actually knock... So you can't get fucking silenced on your trinket by that dumbass ability. Guys, 12.1. I'm trying to tell you guys that 12.1 is going to be sick. And nobody fucking believes me. And nobody believes me. I'm trying to tell you guys, man. They're fucking redoing the whole game. Like, It's possible to have fun. It's actually going to be possible to have fun. Yeah, I feel like you just won't play that ability then. Or you'll play it into you'll play it into like a mage or something still, since they can't get out of they're not getting out of slows. Yeah, I guess you just have scatter. I'll just play it into you every game. Fuck you, man. Oh, does Mage Barrier remove slows? Fucking mages are so disgusting, dude. Yeah, I mean, you could only trinket the silence, but that's what I mean. Like, Chimeral Sting was dumb as fuck because what you would do is you would put it on somebody and then they can't trinket. Like, you would Chimeral Sting someone in a stun or in a CC and then they just can't trinket because if they do, they get CC'd anyways. It was, like, actually one of the dumbest mechanics in the game. I think that has to be one of the dumbest mechanics. Like, you literally just can't trinket or you still lose anyways. Dumb as fuck. I mean, I like that change, of course. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I mean, they just have scatter shots, though. There you go. They just have scatter shot. Which, honestly, I'm pretty happy for hunters. Even though scatter is really annoying, I don't think it's as problematic now since DR is higher. Like, is 20 seconds too, but, like, losing scatter on a hunter was fucking weird, too. So, good for them.
What the frick? Demolish has a 30-second cooldown? It's actually kind of big, because Demolish, it's going to let you use the immunity to stuns, knockbacks, and force movement effects.
30-second CD Demolish.
That's kind of crazy.
Does it still do all your damn?
On top of this, the automatic sweeping strike stacks will now correctly stack with sweeping strikes itself. Being an attrition-based melee that is extremely reliant on uptime, these changes, along with a potentially slower meta and weaker snare effects across the board, could signal another great season for Arms Warrior, who was right below the S tier for most of the season. As for Fury, one thing worth mentioning is that Rend is now Arms exclusive. However, Fury will still be able to apply this bleed via Whirlwind thanks.
Dude, I gotta hide something real quick. I saw such a funny tweet the other day. I wonder if it's in my likes about fucking Rend, and it made me laugh. It was a PvE-er, of course. Oh my god, my likes are so fried. Jesus fuck. Alright. Hold on, people. I gotta go through my likes. Hold on. I'm gonna find it soon. I'll find it real soon. Maybe I didn't like this tweet. I thought I did. It was a PvE-er. Maybe I didn't actually like it. I thought I did. Fuck! I might not have actually liked it because I don't really use Twitter much. God damn it. Well, anyways, it was just a tweet of a PvE-er laughing at how they said they were gonna remove. My likes are pure gooner. My likes are fried. My likes are all like just memes. And it's Pokemon, memes, sports, and then like political memes. So like all of my likes right now, I mean, I'll just tell you whatever. All of my likes right now are just like different memes of Trump farting and shitting himself. It's like 10 likes in a row of just Trump shitting himself. I got a lot of funny ass tweets, bro. Yeah, it's good. It's all good. I found it. If I can link it, sure. I got some funny ass tweets that I've been liking, bro. Oh yeah, this one. This you actually did find it. Thank you. This one was really funny. It was Blizzard Entertainment. I swear, I will call upon righteous anger and destroy you root and stem. Developer notes. Ren is an iconic and core warrior ability with a different relationship to each spec. Our approach to Ren and Midnight hasn't worked out as we hoped, so we're making changes how each spec applies and interacts with Ren in Cursive Ulatek. The Ren ability is now exclusive to ARMS. New talent, Fury, Storm of Blood, Whirlwind applies Rend. Not a fan of Big Daddy T? Nah, he's a horrible person. Holy fuck, bro. Exclusive, yeah. So, I mean, technically they're not wrong because they said it's exclusive. They said the ability is exclusive. They said the ability. They didn't say the buff or the debuff. So technically, they are correct in what they're saying. Technically. They're technically correct. But he did that was so bad if I know. You troll me, bro. I mean, he's a pedo, bro. A complete horrible person.
To a new talent.
If you need to ask that question by now, it's just not worth discussing.
Or
Let's go.
Thunderclap when playing Mountain Thane, which is also getting some buffs too.
Exclusive to fucking... Exclusive to ARMS.
Fury is also seeing some redesigns with some unused talents in PvP, including Hack and Slash, which could see play this season thanks to the 12.1 tier set. Again, though, the biggest...
I hate how Vent's camera's in the way. What did they say?
Hack and Slash, which could see play...
Hack and Slash. Oh, that's the fucking... That's the Raging Blow talent, right? Where, like, you can spam Raging Blow and it just refunds... It, like, refunds the spell?
This season thanks to the 12.1 tier set. Again, though, the biggest change overall for uptime heavy specs will be the nerfs to all slows, and we should also note that the CCDR changes will have minimal effect on specs like these too. Now, with all of this in mind, you might be asking, is it worth it coming back to PvP in Season 2?
That is a great question. I like the colors they used. Is it worth coming back for Season 2? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I think it actually is. It 100% is. I think it 100% is. I think they have made so many fucking changes. Okay, well, let me rephrase what I was about to say. Hold on. I think Season 1 Midnight is one of the worst seasons that we have ever had in WoW PvP history. And I say this with hope and with certainty that Season 2 will be better. Because when you have a season so fucking awful like Midnight Season 1, it can only get better. Like, it can only get better from where we were last week. It can only get better. Like, it was... Last season was horrible. It can only get better. And I feel like we've already seen that in all the changes that they've made. We watched this video. We've seen the notes. The change to CC. The change to DRs. Making everyone... Like, adding more health to classes. They added back some spells for other classes, like Hunter that gets scatter. That's awesome for them. I think that'll be fun, especially since CC overall has been nerfed. They're nerfing double tap for marksman to get rid of one-shots. They're nerfing cooldowns across the board. So, like, I think Season 2 will be better than Season 1, without a doubt. And I think it's worth coming back for. So, yeah, they removed it again, I know. What'd you hate about Season 1 the most? I think the balance last season was pretty rough. It feels like, in my opinion, there is... I've explained this a little bit, but Season 1 Midnight to me felt like there was no B tier. There was S tier for classes, healers and DPS. There was S tier, there was A tier, and then there was C and D. So you were either an S and A, where you were like really OP or you were pretty good, or you were just dog shit. Like, that's how, from my perspective, that's how the game felt. It felt like there wasn't actually a B tier. Like, the gap between the good classes and the mid or the bad was like an entire tier where you just... Like, if you're comparing I don't know, mages and rogues and shit to playing a demo lock. Like, it's just, you're completely behind. If you're playing a Resto Shaman in 3s compared to a fucking dragon or a monk or a druid, like, it literally feels like you're 4 tiers behind them. Shuffle, of course, was different, but that's kind of how I felt the game was balance-wise. And also, you know, unfortunately, we talked about this earlier. I do sympathize with them a little bit, just because they tried to make this big change with CC, where, you know, they made it so it's only 2 DRs, and then they made it 2 DRs, and then they lowered the DR to 16 seconds, right? In hopes that there was less CC, like less micro CC in the game. And unfortunately, it kind of backfired, right? Because our hope was to reduce the amount of CC, but then what ended up happening is we, you know, which I was excited for that too. Like, I'll admit that. I was really excited for that change because I thought it would be better. And what ended up happening is we ended up being in CC fucking even more. A tweet from me. What is this? Is this me saying that the game is the best it's ever been? Bro, obviously this is a fucking troll, bro. I've literally been saying this for years. This is a classic. People get really mad about this. Every like 6 months, I'll tweet about how the game is the best it's ever been, and people get really pissed off. Like, I've literally gotten like death threats in my DMs where people are fucking telling me how much of a piece of shit I am. It's crazy. People get really mad about that. They're not happy about they're not happy about the best expansion tweets, dude. They're very, very offended by them.
To address the elephant in the room, Season 1 was obviously a bit of a
I think
mess.
Season 2 will be better.
Classes being illegally broken and a meta...
People make money rage baiting on Twitter. I feel like they do, yeah. If you have Twitter monetization, you probably make a fuck ton of money by tweeting shit like that. But getting monetized on Twitter is really hard. First of all, you have to pay for Twitter, and then you have to have like a disgusting amount of engagements.
That did seem stale at times. It's understandable why some people checked out of the expansion. However, the sheer...
It's time for another post. You're right. There you go.
Depth of changes seem promising, as Blizzard does seem to be listening to parts of the community by toning down burst damage, increasing the power of sustained rotations, and experimenting with yet another DR system.
Yep.
Will these all be enough to, quote, save PvP? Probably not, but together...
Saving as a whole, no. Obviously, it's going to take a lot of time to gain the trust back from the community and the players. But I really do think that this is good. I think this is a step in the right direction. We're buffing health. We're trying to slow it down a little bit. Trying to fix the burst issue. We're trying to fix the CC issue. We're trying to fix the slows in the game. Like, the fact that they nerfed slows was completely out of left field, by the way. Like, I had no idea they were even thinking about touching slows in the game. So I think that right there is a massive change too. Like, it's really frustrating to play WoW and feel like you don't have control of your character. So we'll see. You don't think this will just make everyone rage about how slow the pacing of the game is? Well, to answer your question, no. Or yes, I mean, of course I think that, because everyone's going to complain no matter what. People will always complain. Like, the complaints are never, ever, ever going to end. However, I think if the game is slower, they can still fix that. Like, I don't think that they can... I think it's much harder to fix the game being too slow than it is to fix the game when it's too fast. Because in order to fix the game when it's too fast, they have to literally nerf everything. which is very hard for them to do. Like, they're very against... A patch like this is unheard of. Like, they're very against nerfing everything. So, do I think it's going to stop people from raging? No, of course not. Everyone's going to rage no matter what. But I think it's easier to address the slow pacing than to address pacing being too fast. So, like, let's say the game comes out. Let's say the season starts next week, and as people get more gear, it's way too fucking slow. I think they can change that by maybe they change stamina again. Like, maybe they buff the main stat on the trinket bonus. Maybe they nerf stamina on the trinket bonus again. Maybe they change how dampening works in shuffle or in 3s or in 2s. Like, I think there's ways to fix that. Let's say the season starts next week. Yeah, so I think there's ways to fix that. Like I said, if we play next week and as people get more gear, it gets slower and slower, I think there's ways to fix that rather than... If they nerf it anymore, there won't be a stand bonus. That's fine. What's wrong with that? What if we have too much stamina and they actually end up taking away the stand bonus from the trinket? What's wrong with that? It's not like PvE gear is OP as fuck anyways, because they keep nerfing all of the PvE items. They keep nerfing. Like, they keep nerfing all of the items and, like, the procs and shit from PvE gear. If there are any items that give you a special proc or whatever, they always end up nerfing that. So PvE gear isn't problematic in PvP anyways, you know? So, like, the trinkets and stuff always get nerfed anyways. You know? So I don't know. I'm excited for Season 2.
They should make the game feel fresh, which is always a good thing.
Yep.
We're going to warn you, though, knowledge continues to create a growing gap between...
All right, let's do this real quick. So, like I said, we're going to watch that video, and then I might play a little bit more. I wanted to check out Disc Priest, potentially. But let's do a... what do I want to do? I want to look at... I need to go to Tier Maker. We're going to make a quick... I mean, I guess it's a tier list, but I wouldn't really... I'm just going to think about the strongest classes. That's what I'm going to think about. We're going to talk about the strongest healers going into Season 2. That's what we're going to do. So, let's lower this real quick. Going to make this a little bit bigger. We're going to put everything down here for now. So we just looked at all the patch notes, watched that video, saw a lot of the changes they're doing, a lot of the changes they're doing to healers, a lot of changes they're doing to DPS. And now what we're going to do is, I mean, obviously this is in tier list format, but I'm basically just going to try and give my thoughts on what I think will be the strongest healers going into Season 2. Let's start with Shaman. Shaman, I think we're just going to start with the order that we're in. Actually, we're going to start with the best healers. The best healers, I would say right off the rip, I think Pally and Druid. So I think Druid and Pally are going to be the best two healers going into Season 2. The reason for that is I feel like the HPS and Pally, I feel like the HPS that Druid and Pally have right now is ridiculous. They have a ton of healing. They have some of the most healing out of all the healers from what I've seen so far. Even though Pally got a 15% nerf on the PTR, they still do a ton of healing. They have good cooldowns. I think a class like Paladin as well, the CC change benefits them a lot more than other healers because they are a healer that's, you know, more susceptible to CC. The fact that CC is being changed to a 20-second DR instead of 16, I think is a huge buff to them. On top of all the other buffs they've gotten with, you know, just more healing output and more damage again, like they had back in the beta. The Druids have received a lot of changes. They have Overgrowth again. They have potential to use Ancient of Lore, which was the god tree that they had in last expansion. I haven't seen too many people mess around with Ancient of Lore yet, but I've played into Druids where they're playing the regular tree form, and they seem ridiculous. They still do solid DPS. They do a ton of healing. They still have Cyclone, of course. And right now, their mana also seems really good too. So I would put Druid and Pally at S tier. I think when you combine that with the fact that they're really good with playing with a lot of these melee classes too, and the fact that they changed the diminishing return for CC, there is a chance that we see Druid more, and we also see Druid playing with, more melee, where, the Druid keeps them all alive, throws in some Star Surges here and there, and the melee just run you down. So I think Druid, I'll keep it at S tier as far as, what I think will be the strongest going into the season 2. Paladin, I think, will still be very strong. And once again, I think the change to diminishing returns is a huge buff to Pally. I also think, which I said earlier, I think that's a buff to Disc Priest as well. If I had to pick some of the healers, I think it buffs the most. I think Disc Priest is another one where changing the DR to 20 seconds from 16 is a nice change for Disc as well. Obviously for every healer, but I think Pally and Disc benefit a lot from that. Next, what do I think will be good as well? I think, without a doubt, Evoker. Evoker seems to be pretty much the same. They didn't really get any crazy changes this patch. I think they ended up getting more Dream Breath healing. But nothing crazy with them. And because of the fact that they nerfed the CC, I would say that they're going to be lower than S tier. Before, they were the best healer, but now because they've changed CC, I think this is kind of a nerf to them as well, because they're one of the classes with a spammable CC with Sleepwalk, and the diminishing return being set to 20 seconds instead of 16 is basically a flat nerf to every single class that has a spammable CC. So Druid, Evoker, Mage, and Warlock. However, I think Evoker is another class where, because you're in the fight all the time with Verdant Embrace, even though you have Nullifying Shroud, you have to worry about being CC'd more because of a 16-second DR, because of being on top of people and being in the fight. So I think this, once again, for all the healers, it's a buff, but I think for Evoker it helps too, because now it's going to be easier to predict as well. It's going to be easier to predict when you're going to be CC'd because it's such a long DR. I think this is going to be good for them, so I'm going to put them at A. I think, hear me out, I don't know how many healers I'm going to put at B tier today. We're just going to go ahead and do it. Get your shocks and awes out of the way. Shaman. And I know. People have been telling me I'm coped up. They say I'm on the hopium. I don't care. I actually think Shaman will be good this season. I think it'll be good. I think it's already good in Shuffle. It was good in Shuffle last season. It was pretty rough in 2s and 3s, but it was really good in Shuffle still. And I think this season it'll be better. And a huge reason for that is because the game will be slower. I think, number one, the game will be slower, so that helps Shaman. And number two, they have buffed the hell out of Riptide. Riptide got a 20% buff, and then they also buffed the Hot by 100%. And they moved the talent that increases the duration and increases the healing. They moved that up the tree, so you can actually take that talent now on a Resto Shaman. I think it's called Wave Speaker's Blessing. So you can actually play that talent now. And so now, when I played Farseer, but even when I played Totemic, Riptide is much higher in my healing breakdown. When I played Farseer, Riptide was about 20%, 22% of my healing. I haven't looked at Totemic for the breakdown, but I would imagine it's much higher as well. So Riptide is actually an ability again. Before, it was always like 5%, 6%, and that's one of Shaman's key abilities, key healing spells, and it was so low on your breakdown. Now, it's much higher. Like, the buff to Riptide is massive. So with that, and with the game being a bit slower, and once again, for all the healers, with the DR change as well, I think Shaman is going to be in a much better place. And so because of that, I actually think that they're going to be pretty solid going into this season. Next, I'm really I'm going to put Holy Priest here. I think they're going to be towards the bottom of the healer tier. We'll get to Disc and Mistweaver in a second because I'm kind of confused on Monk at the moment. But I would say Holy Priest, I don't think they're going to be bad, but I feel like they're probably going to be the bottom healer of the 7. And the reason for that is they haven't gotten any crazy changes. I think the game being slower does help them a little bit, right? Because you can rely more on prayer mending, bouncing back and forth, and you have less panic during those moments where you don't have Serenity. Right now, Serenity is your massive heal, right? You top somebody from 0% with Serenity. But the problem is, in Season 1, the game was so bursty. The game was so bursty that you would press Serenity, they would instantly die. You'd press Serenity again, and then you have no more healing left. So I think the game being slower is going to help, but I don't know if it's enough. And I could be completely wrong. Holy Priest, if the game is slower, could be fucking insane. They could be A tier for sure. Or they could be, one of the better healers going into the season. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. But I kind of worry that because they haven't gotten any substantial changes this patch, and they were already on the weaker side, that they will be... Wait, did it get a 16% buff? Did it? Are we fried? Let's check right now. All healing increased by 16%. Where's PvP? All right, we're lying. Holy Priest is A tier. A tier Holy Priest. A tier Holy Priest. Is there a bad healer? Is there a bad healer? Why will the game be slower? Because they're buffing HP and they're nerfing cooldowns. Mistweaver Monk? Yeah, they nerfed Monk, didn't they?
Busting makes me feel good. Busting makes me feel good.
They already nerfed the Monk talent too. I think Monk got a lot of nerfs this patch, didn't they? Because they already nerfed that new Monk talent. Yo, real Vexus, thing with the Prime, man. The new Soothing talent for Monk, they already nerfed. And Monk already got a healing nerf. I don't know how I feel about Monk. Dude, this is hard because I feel like I feel like there's not going to be a healer that's terrible this season. But like I have to put something in B, right? Like, is there a problem with me doing this? Maybe Disc would be maybe Disc would be the bottom healer because they have less mana than other healers, right? Like, I feel like Disc mana is not going to be as good as the other healers. And if the game is slower and it's more damp, maybe Disc falls off. It's hard to tell because it depends on how slow the game actually ends up being. And if mana is going to matter. Because I think if mana matters more, I would probably put it like this. Because I think Monk with the changes is going to have worse mana. I saw that today too. I queued into a Monk a couple times in Shuffle today, and he was ooming so fast. I was like 90% mana on Shaman. To be fair though, Shaman mana is OP, but it was very surprising to see. Maybe like this. Maybe I'll put Monk above. It's hard to tell, man, because I actually don't think there's going to be a bad healer. I think it's going to be similar to... I think it's going to be similar to how it felt on the beta, where there's going to be the OP healer. There's going to be the OP healers, but there's not going to be a bad healer. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at right now. I think Pally and Monk are going to be the best healers going into Season 2. But I don't think Or sorry, Pally and Druid. Sorry. I think Pally and Druid are going to be the best healers going into Season 2. But I don't think that there's going to be a bad healer. Like, I don't think you're going to play Disc Priest and feel unviable. I don't think you're going to play Monk and feel like you're not viable. Same with Holy Priest, Shaman, and Evoker. I think I'm going to stick with this. I think I'll stick with this. I think this is the best. I think these are going to be the best healers going into Season 2. I think we'll keep it like this. Honestly, I think I'd rather put everything at A, and then these are the best two with Druid and Pally. But for the sake of, I'll just say for the sake of trying to take a little risk with my prediction here, I'll do this. I'll keep it like this. Monk tier is really good. Monk tier is really good, and Druid and HPAL. And Druid and HPAL. I mean, I think Disc Priest has a really good tier also. But so Mistweaver tier set is good, but I don't know how good like the kick build is gonna be this patch. All right. That's what I'm gonna say. I feel like these are gonna be the best healers going to Season 2. I'm putting everything at A. I don't care what you think. I don't care what people think. I'm putting everything at A. This is how I feel. I don't think there's a bad healer. In fact, I'm actually going to move Shaman down a little bit. Everything's going to be at A. I think Druid and Pally are going to be the best. And then I think every healer is going to be fucking solid. And if we're talking about the game being fun, I think every healer is going to be fun to play. You know why? Because diminishing return is going to 20 seconds, so you can actually play the game. Healers get hit with so much CC this expansion, which was the opposite of, I feel like, what they wanted to do with the DR change. It's going to be much better. It already is. This is it. This is my final answer. We're turning it in. Best healers going to Season 2. I think you can't really make a wrong decision. I think no matter what you pick, you're going to have fun and it's going to be enjoyable. But I do think that Druid and Pally are going to be the best. And that's that. And that's that. All right. Let's fix this real quick. And then we will do something. What did we do? I want to play my priest. I played a bunch of shovels today already. I played like 4 shovels, but then we yapped for a long time. That is the tier list? I mean, it wasn't necessarily like an official tier, but yeah, you did. I was just saying what healers I think were going to be best for Season 2. Which I think Druid and Pally. But I think everything's going to be good. I think everything's going to be good. Also, we're at 12 subs, which means I got to open another pack. We're going to open another pack. So we have two more packs to open. 2 more packs to open. I'll be back. Yeah, I saw the innervate change. Somebody typed that earlier, right? Don't you get just straight up mana now? Innovate's been redesigned. Now regenerate 25% of the target's mana over 8 seconds. Rather than causing your spells to be free. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I feel like that's so much better because now you can just like now there's no downside. Because if you think about it, you can't spend 25% of your mana in 8 seconds. Even if you're not CC'd. Like that's impossible. So the fact that now like there's no downside of pressing it, like you can press it and then go for CC. You can press it and then get CC'd. Like there's no downside now. Much better. Arena Training Grounds is nice for people to earn and shit, for sure. Let's switch it up. Oh yeah, we got open packs. Let's go. That name's making me hungry. What, the teriyaki chicken? I actually almost got some teriyaki chicken today for lunch. I was so fucking hungry, but instead I just made food. So depressing. I played Farseer yesterday. It felt alright. It definitely felt much better than it felt much better. For sure. Yo, Trillite, think of the raid. You just raided at the perfect time. Pixie, what up? What up? How you doing? Search big cam, I like it. Make it bigger. That's what she said, guy. That's what she said, guys. We can't avoid the that's what she said jokes. Yo, Trillite, think of the raid, man. I've watched too much fucking The Office. Guys, we're opening 2 packs. I can spam Holy Knights and myself pretty quickly. It came with up. Shirley, think of the raid, man. I appreciate it, dude. I hope you're excited for next patch. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be so fun. Tank tier list? Yeah, we're not doing tank tier list, bro. We're not doing tank tier list, bro. It's just not happening. It's just not happening, bro. It should be good. That's what he said. I can't buy new honor gear because the gear isn't going to be on the vendor until Tuesday when the season starts. Shaman's going to be fun this season, man. You healed as a prot pally? I mean, I played prot pally like randomly to troll people, and I actually just hated it. It was so lame. All right, let's do it. Guys, we have 2 packs of Sword and Shield Darkness Ablaze, which is a Pokemon TCG set from 6 years ago. We got a booster box. We pulled this already. We pulled this from our second pack. Look at this. We pulled this from our second pack. Banger. The Rainbow Butterfree, dude. Why isn't it focusing, man? Banger card. This card's like $20. Like $20. Still pretty sick though. We pulled some bangers though. So I pulled 2 cards in the last 3 weeks or so. We've pulled 2 banger cards. This one is from the new set. This is the Morpeko from the new set. This is like a $130, $140 card. Banger card. And then we pulled this one like 2 days ago. Or 3 days ago now. We pulled the Nido King from Destin Rivals. So this is a $100 card. So those are our two biggest pools in our newfound Pokemon journey the last 3 months. Those are our two biggest pools. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open 2 more packs. Guys, every 2 subs, I'm going to open a pack. So I haven't opened a pack since we were at 8 subs, and now we're at 12. So I'm going to open 2 packs, and then I'm going to queue. I'll probably queue like 1 or 2 shuffles, and then I got to go to dinner. How much does it cost to buy a pack? Well, if you buy like for retail, the new packs are cheap. A few bucks a pack when they come out. But even if you buy it now, like the booster box I got with Pitch Black, which is the newest set. That one I bought for $200, and it comes with 36 packs, so it's about $5.50 a pack. All right, 2 packs. Let's do it. And then we're gonna play some disc. I'm gonna try. I don't know if I can get a Q though, because I have a lot of MMR. Oh, Wordnack, what up, dude? Dude, you missed it. Look what I got in one of my packs. This set doesn't have hollow energies. Look what I got in one of my packs, bro. Let me find it. Look at this shit. So this set doesn't have hollow energies, but they have special energies. I pulled this earlier. I almost started fucking crying, dude. Holy shit. I actually can't escape it, dude. I can't escape it, bro. I can't escape getting energies. I can't escape it. All right, here we go, guys. W in chat, please. Thank you very much. I need all the luck in the world. All the luck in the world. Here we go. This is our 4th pack. Percent, what up, dude? This is our 4th pack. We're taking a code card. And then we're taking 4 from the back. 4 from the back. Okay. Electric. We just had it focus. Come on. Bro, it literally just focused. Fucking terrible webcam. There we go. All right. Energy. Vanillish. Shinotic. Ursaring. Dano. Jigglypuff, fan favorite. Dunsparce. Clink. Moraine. Ooh, reverse hollow Suicune. I collect Suicune, so this is nice. And then a Golurk. All right. What's rare in the set? Anything big? They have a bunch of rainbow cards, which we pulled one earlier. Pulled the Butterfree. This is Sword and Shield Darkness Ablaze. I'll show you the set in a sec. I'll show you the card list. This is the card list. So, like, the biggest card in this set, I believe, is just the Charizard of course. Like this Charizard here is like $150 or something. So this is the biggest card in the set, I think. And then a lot of these cards down here are really popular. Like the rainbow cards. Like the Salamence, the Houndoom, the Butterfree, which we pulled the Butterfree V, the Scizor. Dude, Magic is popping right now. Everyone is getting back into Magic. Everyone I know, even like my normie friends, are fucking playing Magic now. I don't know what happened in the last year or so, but I have so many friends that just play Magic now, and they're getting into Magic. We already pulled one of the Salamances. We pulled I'll show you right now. We pulled the VMAX. We pulled the VMAX Salamence first pack. So we got this first pack from this box. Have you seen the Riftbound Wave? I have not. There's going to be Warcraft MTG set coming. Is there? Oh, shit. That might be kind of hype. No, it's cards like that are kind of regular aren't the big cards. It's got to be like a full art. Unless it's like fucking mega old. I think Shaman's going to be solid, man. I think Shaman is going to be solid. Yo, Eternal Howler, think of the sub, dude. Appreciate the resub, man. All right, here we go. Back 4 from the back. Boom. Let me get in queue, too, because I think I might not be able to... I think I might have high MMR. All right. Go. Focus. Good. Got energy. Got the Rita. Tears. Another energy, bro. Powerful energy. Look at that. Teddy Ursa. Panseer. Morlul. Wishy-washy. Ufant. Reverse Hollow Darmatan. Oh, and then that was it right there. And then a Diggersby. What even is that? Is that a bunny? All right. So what did we get? We got a reverse hollow Darmanitan. Lopunny's ugly cousin. All right. Not bad. Not bad. These packs are kind of mid. The only issue with these packs, like this set, is you're not guaranteed a holo, and sometimes you can only get one. Whereas the newer sets, you're guaranteed 3. Like, you're guaranteed 3 holos, whether it's reverse or a normal. Like, you get two reverse and then a normal, or like a big card. This one, you're not guaranteed. Because this set is from 6 years ago. This set is from 6 years ago. All right, let's look at our talents. What do we want to play here, actually? Did we buy a Lost O split and open it at con for content? I'm down. I'm so down. What did they do to Priest? Didn't they buff your damage or something? All healing of Zord increased by 10. They buffed your smite damage. What about PvP? Okay, so they buffed smite damage. I'm down, Jalen, honestly. There was the card show I went to, or the card store I went to the other day. They had a Lost Origin booster box. I can go check the price on that one and see if they still have it. Penance slow is 50%, yes. Yeah, Mind Blast procs Void Shield now, and you can stack your Void Shield buff to 2. I wish I would let us have the honor set. Yeah, a lot of people are freaking out about that. I don't care that you can't buy the gear. Like some people are like, "Oh, I want to fucking buy my gear. This is dumb." But I will say that it is a bit confusing to me, just because I feel like you would expect. I feel like it's better for balancing the game to have the honor gear out early. You know? Like, don't you think it'd be better to have the honor gear out during the preseason? So you have that extra week of testing, basically? So that's where I'm a bit confused. Like, I feel like having it out during the preseason would be fine, because now you have an extra week to kind of test your changes before the season actually starts. So the fact that you're wearing the same gear is weird. WoW devs aren't smart. That would be smart. Well, I feel like there has to be a reason. I think there has to be a reason, because they started doing it like this now. Yo, Limps, what up, dude? Last year I bought my first pack after childhood. I got Misty's Lapras illustration rare. Oh my god, hell yeah! From your first pack? Damn, dude. Dennis, what up? From your first pack is crazy, dude. That's sick. Haste or Mastery for disc? You want to stack Mastery, but I want to try for Holy at least, or sorry, for disc at least. I want to try stacking a lot of Haste and Mastery and going lower verse, which is what people did last season, but I want to do that again this season. All right, let's see. So I want to play. I feel like I need all of these talents except for Blaze of Light, maybe. Like, maybe I should play Shadow Mend. What's the cast time on that? It's 1.2 right now. So Shadow Mend heals for 58k. But if you talent it, it's 1.2 seconds. $1.4. And then it heals for 145. I mean, this is with Twist of Fate up, but... Wait, take my proc buff off? I mean, 122k is, like, pretty nasty. Plus, this is, it still applies to your, it still applies to your Surge of Light, too, so it can be instant. How about dropping Purse Awaken and Revel in Darkness to take a Cultist? I already have a Cultist. I already have that. Last time I was out with my partner and went to a card shop at the boardwalk. I was crazy close to starting a collection. You should have. What's your problem, man? What are your thoughts on the talent below Shadow Mend? Oh, I'm gonna try it now. I'm gonna try it for sure. Inner Light's really good. You basically just have to play Inner Shadow. Like, you don't play Inner Light for the mana. You play it for the Shadow part. Like, you play it for the Shadow one because it gives you damage and Atomic Healing. Like, do I want the Blaze of Light Talent? What would I even choose? I guess might as well play Blaze of Light, right? Searing Light is terrible. Searing Light nerfs your damage. Unless they fixed it or changed it, it nerfs your damage. Did they change that this patch? Why? Because it doesn't actually give you more damage. It changes the damage that you do. It takes 20% of it and then turns it into a dot. But the dot doesn't stack, and then you can dispel it. So it gives you less damage. So like if you ulti Pen, for example. I don't know why they take it in PvE. That's a good fucking question. Like, you ulti Pen, and you can see, like, the dot doesn't... It has a cap. Like, it doesn't ultimate stack. Maybe they take it because you get passive healing. Maybe that's why. Because you get... So, like, you sacrificed a little bit of damage that you lose, but you gain, like, a hot, technically. Because it technically makes it so that you have hots on disc, right? Like, if you have a Shadow Word Paint up, and you have multiple penances out, like, you technically have a bunch of hot healing. So maybe that's why. But you do less damage with that. Yeah, it's bad for burst. No, it's less damage. I thought it was the same too. Because I played it a bunch in the beta, and I was like, holy shit, this is insane. And then towards the end of the beta, I was looking at the numbers more, and I was like, I don't think this is buffing my damage. And then markers came in and said the same thing, and then I stopped playing it. Because yeah, it doesn't actually buff your dam. You lose damage. Unless they fucking changed it. Which, honestly, they might have fucking changed it or something randomly. Wait, I'm getting really annoyed right now because look at this. Look at this, look at this. My first attack did 23k, but then my other one did less. My penance does more damage with the talent. Is it bugged? Dude, it's literally doing like... I'm so annoyed. I'm so confused. I just did 2 penances before those two, and it did 23k, 22k, and then I talented into Searing Light, and it did less, or I talented out of it, and it did less. I'm genuinely so confused. Is Expiation worth it? I don't think so. It's nerfed a bunch. I think it's only worth it if you're playing Void Weaver. I don't know how Shadow Priest is gonna be. Jander, what up? Yeah, it should go down 20%, right? That's what it has done. I literally tested this in the beta and when the expansion released. Like, I was penancing the dummy. And with the talent, or without the talent, it would do like 12k, and then with the talent, it did like 9. Yeah, maybe the beta, it was bugged. That's actually hilarious if that's the case. Because look, we have Searing Light. It does 27k. Or 20.7. And then the dot ticks for 1k every 2 seconds. So, in total, it did 25. Okay. But then if I spec, and then let's get in combat again. It does 20.6. Nice. So you think it was... So maybe it was bugged in the beta. I hate this game, bro. I actually fucking... Alright, we're back to playing Searing Light. Well, then now we know that. We're back to playing Searing Light. Wait. Wait, this is actually really troll because... Does that mean Pally has also been bugged the whole time? Or has... Because Pally has the same talent. No, I took the 8% off. I took that talent off and I put it into Expiation instead of buffing the numbers. So if that's the case for Searing Light, then Pally, one of them is bugged. Or no, unless look at the difference in the wording. I don't think haste affects penance damage. Look at the difference in the wording. So the Pally talent does the same thing. This one's Seraphic Barrier does the same thing, but it says converts healing into an absorb instead. So this one actually does take off what Searing Light was doing in the beta. That's what this talent actually does. It'll change your Word of Glory. It'll lower the healing, but put that into a shield. But the Priest talent, Searing Light doesn't say that. So maybe the Priest one was bugged, but now it's actually working? Because the Priest talent... Well, no, I'm not arguing against what it does. I'm saying... I'm not arguing about the reason for having it. I'm saying... The Pally talent does what Searing Light was doing on the beta. But now Searing Light is actually giving more damage. So is that because the wording is just... It doesn't say converts? Because I thought Searing Light was better on the beta also, until I looked at it and I tested it, and Searing Light nerfed your damage. Like it was nerfing your damage. So I stopped playing it. So maybe now it's not bugged anymore? Because we just tested it now, and the damage is the same. So I'm pretty sure... You know what's really funny? Every single priest in the entire game avoids playing Searing Light. Because they also think that it makes your damage lower. Because that's what it was like on the beta. So maybe it was bugged the whole time. Not a single priest plays Searing Light because it was maybe because it was actually bugged the whole fucking time. Well, I know you do it in PvE, but like I said, I literally tested it myself, and I was like, why the fuck would you ever play this? Yeah, I would think it's a reduction as well, not a conversion. So I think PvEers weren't taking it at first either early on. Maybe it was bugged then and then they fixed it. Maybe it was bugged and then they fixed it. That's actually crazy. I feel like that's what happened. I feel like it was bugged and then it got fixed. Because we literally just tested it and it does more damage. Oh, man. Well, the debuff stacks the damage. What I was saying is it doesn't, like... It doesn't stack it as much as it should, but maybe when I tested it, it wasn't. So maybe it's buffed, or maybe it's what's it called? When I tested the talent on the beta, the damage would cap out. Like I would sit there and ulti pen the target dummy, and I would triple penance, and the damage would cap. And then also what would happen is the damage would overlap and then reduce itself. So maybe it was just bugged that whole time. Dude, I feel like everyone was actually nerfing themselves if they ended up fixing it and nobody knew. Mariah is back, yeah. I feel like everyone was nerfing themselves because not a single priest plays that talent. Yeah, maybe it's not capped anymore. I mean, we'll test it right now. That's one penance. The dot goes to 35, yeah. Let's do another one. It's at 4K. Well, no, you see right there, it lowered again. That was what I had on the beta. That was the experience I had on beta, too. Hold on, let's wait for 2 stacks again. Hold on. So back-to-back penance, the dot goes to 4,300, 4K. But maybe because it eats a tick? Okay, so let's wait again. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to wait this time before... I'm not going to wait this time before doing the third penance. So we're going to penance. Then penance again. And then right when it comes up, we'll penance again. It's 4,500. 43. But it already lost 2 ticks. So maybe you still do more. I mean, we have to wait for We'll test it. I'm gonna wait for my combat to drop so I can do this. And then we're gonna get Twist of Fate too, so that it doesn't fuck up. Okay, so we're gonna smite, and then we're gonna double penance. Okay, so our penance did 127k, our dot did 25.4. Okay. So now we're going to smite, and then we're going to double penance again. And then, or we're going to triple penance and see the dot difference. No, it's pretty. It actually does it now. It's pretty accurate. Like the damage is more on the third penance. You don't get a reduced dot. The wording on the debuff is wrong if it's getting lower. Healing disc soul shovel talents. I mean, this is what I have right now. Dude, that actually makes me kind of sad. Does that mean Disc Priest would have been so much easier to push rating on? I mean, I already got Shuffle rank 1 anyways, but like, would it have been so much easier if we were playing this fucking talent, dude? Oh yeah, let's ulti pen. I need to be out of range of the other one, though. So let's see. Let's get over here so that we don't hit the other dummies. My OTP didn't even go on the dummy or the player. It went on the fucking hippo, dude. It didn't even... Not only did it go on the wrong target, it didn't even go on a player. It went on the hippo. Dude, I've had enough of this game, bro. I've actually had enough of this game, bro. Guys, we just found out, if you're just now tuning in, we just found out 2 stacks of Void Shield happened this patch. That's a new change they made for this patch. We just found out that Searing Light, at some point, either last season or this season, they ended up fixing it because it was bugged on the beta and early season. So every priest in the game avoided playing this talent in PvP because it was nerfing your damage. And now we're finding out that it's giving you more damage, which is what everyone thought it would do initially. That's actually insane. I was playing it because I never knew it was bugged? Dude. So you're doing hella damn. It's so funny because every time I would queue into people with Searing Light, I would just laugh because it's like, bro, these guys don't know that you're nerfing your damage. It was working for me the last 2 weeks of the season. Yeah, it must have been bugged then. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the Blizzard details is terrible too. So maybe if we had the an actual good details, people would have noticed it faster. People would have noticed it way faster. I don't think I can get a Q, dude. I've been in Q on my priest for a while. I'm too high MMR from last season still. Why not drop Revel in Darkness for 1 point in Pain and Suffering? What's Revel in Darkness? Oh, this? Well, I'm just keeping this for spreading the dot. That's all. So, I mean, I would take this, I would take off this talent if I was fighting, like, only 3 targets. So if I'm fighting classes that have pets, I would take this off, and I would just probably put it here. But if I'm not fighting targets with pets, Or I would put it here because this helps a lot with Shadow Word Pain uptime anyways, which I feel like outweighs this talent. But I would take this off if I was playing against like pet classes, or if I was playing against like, I don't know, Windwalker, Monk, Warrior, you know? Then I would take that off, yeah, and put it somewhere else. I don't know if it'll be worth playing Dark Arc. I mean, I think Dark Arc's solid. I just don't know if it'd be worth it. Unless you're playing like a really, like a setup first comp. I played Dark Arc last season in Shuffle for some classes. Like if I had Enhanced Shaman or Windwalker Monk or Hunter, I played Dark Arc. Or like Rogue, like Sub Rogue, I would play Dark Arc because it helps with the burst. But it just depends on the classes you get, I think. No, the 2-stack of Void Shield is next patch. So Blaze of Light not worth? Well, if you only have one talent, I don't think so, because I want to try the Shadow Man talent. So if I have 2 points, I could put it here, but because I want to play Shadow Mend, I could take 1 point in Shadow Mend talent here, Grim Deliverance, and then 1 point in Searing Light. Dude, Ven is telling me that he knew it buffed your damage, but you had to pick Shadow Mend or something. Dude. No one played it because it was fucking shit. It was bugged. Dude, Ven's holding out on us. Ven is not telling us this information, dude. Ven's saying that he knew it buffed your damage the whole time, and he's just not telling us these things. He's just not telling us these things, dude. What do we do with the new talents? Can you show? I'm playing Grim Deliverance. I want to try it. Markers was playing it? Maybe Markers found out too. It must have gotten changed at some point. I wonder when it got changed. Dude, why? I don't remember ever seeing that in the patch notes. That's crazy, bro. That's actually tilting me. Well, now we're going to do hella damn, though. That's good. Did you manage to get real rank 1, bro? No, I didn't even try, dude. I had like 3 real queue sessions, and it just was not worth it, bro. I wanted to get it on my shaman, and honestly, it was like way more stressful than fun. It's not worth playing. Did I skip clicking that Pika vid? Well, I mean, that's obviously... the vid is a troll, dude, of course. The vid doesn't say anything. It just says we're reunited. We had no chance of getting rank 1, bro. Oh my. Yeah, I want to find... Oh my god, I gotta find fucking... Yeah, Cultist, I don't think you ever want to drop. I don't think you ever want to drop a Cultist. Give me something, give me something. Void Shield stacks to 2 now. So Void Shield procs passively still, but it's a lower chance. And then you can activate it with Mind Blast, and you can get 2 stacks instead of 1. So like if I... see if I get a proc here. What is Penance until I get a proc? So like I got a Void Shield proc here. You can see Master the Darkness. And then I can Mind Blast to activate, and it stacks to 2 now. So you can have up to 2 stacks of Void Shield. No, I have not played any Druid. Two seconds much better? Yeah, exactly. I was saying that too, where like you'd have moments where you wanted to you had so many moments on Shaman where on Priest where even things like wanting to double penance, but then you fuck up your chance of getting a proc because you already had one. Like stuff like that felt really bad. Guys, follow the stream, please. Follow the stream, please. I would appreciate it. Alright. Damn, 6-hour stream. We're back. Guys, follow the channel, please. Follow the channel, please. I would appreciate it. All my socials right here. I think I might peace out, people. I think we might peace out here in a second. I can't get a queue on Priest. I wanted to play a Priest game before I left and test disc, but I don't think I have time because I got to get ready and I'm going to dinner in like 45 minutes. So you take Pika coins as donations? I forgot the Pika coins were a thing, dude. Yeah, it's I hate how MMR works in the preseason because you can't actually play. It's rough. You can't play the game. Do you think that making every class have healing spells objectively made healers worse or overall or not? Well, I think healers right now are OP as hell, so I would say no. But I do think that people having a lot of self-healing overall, like even like standard DPS, or even hybrids, honestly, if it's not like a casted spell, I think is kind of harmful to the game. 1 week to play. Does this talent actually do anything? Bro, were you here for that? This fucking talent was bugged all of the beta. You guys literally, I don't know if you remember that. We tested it. I tested this talent for like half an hour because I was in disbelief and everyone was arguing about whether or not it was supposed to nerf your damage. Literally tested it, and it's like, okay, this thing nerfs your damage. And then I guess at some point it got fixed. And it doesn't do that anymore. That's nice to know. That's nice to know. My name. Silently fixed. Yep, the stealth fix. All right. Ladies, gents, furries, I appreciate you all. Thanks for being here. I'm going to hit Infernion with a raid, and then I am out. We got a nice 6 hours in. We got a video in, which is nice. Got a couple of videos for the YouTube. That's fun. And yeah, I'm going to peace out. I wanted to play more stuff. I wanted to play more and test some stuff, but I got to go to dinner, like I said. So got to go meet my friend and some of his friends and his wife for her birthday. We're going to go out to dinner, have some fun, and I'm going to see them. So yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. One lobby, I can't. I tried. I can't get a queue. I don't have an average wait time. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow, and we will do more testing. I'll probably try to queue some games. I don't know how I'm going to get testing in. I might have to just play twos. I really, 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 really don't want to. I don't want to play twos until the season starts. I don't want to ruin my happiness until the season starts. But we'll see. I'll figure out a way to test stuff. But yeah, I'm out of here. So be safe, people. Take care of yourself. And I will see you all tomorrow. Adios, people.